Well, let's make a proper start then. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you are in the world. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you to this first ever, I believe, online workshop for Sigma. Um, I'm streaming to you live from sunny Stratford upon Avon. And indeed, I'm a 5 minute walk away, or I should say, 5 minute socially distanced walk away from the Bard's birthplace, William Shakespeare. But we're obviously here to talk about maths and how we're supporting our students. So this will be obviously a new experience for us all. Hopefully it will go well. I am the IT support today, so obviously if things go south, then obviously that's down to me. But I will try my best to keep the stream going as much as possible. So just to start, a reminder for the plan for the day. So just going to give you obviously a quick introduction, how this is all going to work, how you're going to be able to interact with the presenters, and so forth. There is the plan. So we're going to start off with, I'm very pleased that we have some of our colleagues joining us from Australia. Obviously it's a big time difference, so I'm very, very grateful for them to join us now that it's evening, obviously down there in Australia. So I'm very pleased that they're going to be presenting for us. And then we've got Tom presenting a comparison online whiteboard software, which will be very useful. So you can obviously see all the different ways of providing the support on the screen. And then we'll have a bit of a break. And then we're going to go into the 6 different streams, or the 6 different systems that are going to allow us to see what people are doing. So after which you'll obviously be able to ask questions, and I'll talk about how you're going to be able to do that in a second. Then we'll have a bit of a break at about 2:30 here in the UK. So time for some lunch if you want to go and grab some. And then afterwards there's going to be a discussion. So you will have all had an email to say which group you're in, and a link to the groups. If you were in the Big Blue Button group, then you'll just use the link that's on the stream, and you'll be able to come into the Big Blue Button room that I'm streaming from now, and I'll sort you out from there. And then also we've got the conclusions at the end with the reporting of the survey that we sent out when we announced this. And basically what we're going to do is give you kind of a quick rough and ready analysis of what we've got so far. It will still be open, and you'll see in the description of the stream that you will be able to continue to provide answers for us and do that survey. So if you haven't already done so, even if you're not providing any support, it would be great if you could complete that. So please do that at some point throughout the day. That would be great. So just to kind of go over what we're trying to do for today. So obviously we want to see everyone's systems, see how they're being utilised, seeing how they work, how effective they are. But also, if you're not providing any support, then hopefully it will give you some ideas and inspiration to be able to provide support in the current times and going forward, obviously, as well. Obviously, we also want to look at what we're going to be doing in the future. So is this going to continue once we're back to normal-ish? What we're going to do, and also in the short term, what's going to happen in September, and so on. But also, as I said, to review what we've got so far in the survey. So just some kind of housekeeping. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to present everything through YouTube. So everything that comes onto my laptop is going to be streamed onto the YouTube channel. I've got 3 screens up and running. It looks like an actual streamer's room in here now. I don't know if you watch any YouTube gamers streaming, but it does look a bit like that. I've got 3 screens on the go to make sure everything's working. But it will be streamed via YouTube, so you don't need to log into the Big Blue Button link while the presenters are presenting. That will be only used for when you are asking questions. You'll be able to watch everything via their platform, because I will log into their platforms and you'll be able to see everything through there. And then the presenters will present via their platform, and you will then be allowed to ask questions at the end via Big Blue Button. So can I ask, if you are currently logged into Big Blue Button and you're not a presenter, if you could just remove yourself from Big Blue Button so we don't have too many people in the room. This is obviously one of the issues we've actually had from having so many people, which is fantastic. You know, we've almost got 300 people signed up for today. The issue is that Big Blue Button can only have a maximum of around about 100 people in, and I'm sure that's the same for some of the other presentations that are going to happen today. So that's why we're kind of keeping it strictly to low numbers. Then basically what will happen is you can log into Big Blue Button if you've got a question. You can ask your question to the presenters, and they will then answer via Big Blue Button. You'll be able to hear them, but obviously everything will be streamed on YouTube. So if you are going to ask a question, please do make sure that your YouTube stream is muted, so that we can obviously make sure that there's no feedback via a loop there. And then what we're going to do is, for the last session of the day, we will all log into either Big Blue Button or Teams, so it depends on what link you received, and you will go into breakout rooms and we'll have a discussion based on some questions that I've set up, and also just generally about what you've seen from the day. As I say, please refer to that email. And as I said, if you got the Big Blue Button link, if I said to you that you're going to be in Big Blue Button, then please do log into this at that point at 3:30, and I will set you into your breakout rooms at that point. But we'll discuss that a little bit later. So without further ado, what I'm going to do is set up the first presentation, which is going to be via Zoom. And without sounding too much like a Eurovision presenter, good evening to Australia. And I'm going to let Don and his colleagues from Sydney present to us what they're doing to support their students. So let me just get everything up onto the screen, and then hopefully that will be on the stream now. There we go. So over to you, Don and colleagues.
Don.
Yep.
You good to go? We've just been given the word.
Okay.
Go ahead, Don.
Good evening, everybody, or good morning over there, I guess. I'm Don Shearman. I'm part of the Mathematics Education Support Hub here at Western Sydney University. And I guess one of the good things about this lockdown is that we're able to take part in this workshop today. We are, as I said, the Mathematics Education Support Hub. My colleague Jim Pettigrew and I will be doing the presentation. We have a couple of other members of our group here with us, Associate Professor Leanne Rylands, who's the head of our team, and Lynn Armstrong, another member of MESH. Now I have to make sure that I have the right focus. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of background for those who don't know about our university, which may be quite a few of you, Western Sydney University has about 50,000 students, largely undergraduate, a lot from non-English speaking backgrounds and a lot of low socioeconomic students. Fortunately for us, we have a relatively low reliance on international students, so we perhaps haven't been hit quite as badly as everybody else by the COVID-19 pandemic. We do, however, have 11 campuses and work across 7 of them as the MESH team. And the team consists of 7 full and part-time staff, equivalent to 5.1 full-time. Several of our team members are here as part-time staff members. So quite a large team, but we have a huge area to cover. If any of you have seen the presentations that I've given at Kettle EMSOR in the last couple of years, you'll have seen the geographic extent of where the university campuses are spread. So our semester started this year on the 2nd of March. That was the start of our academic year. Of course, we're quite out of step with the Northern Hemisphere. And the COVID epidemic was starting to take hold on the 16th of March when our rates of infection started to increase. The Vice-Chancellor came through a webcast and announced that by the end of March, all of our teaching and learning would be online. We'd have no choice in that. Campuses would basically be locked down. There'd be no classes held at that time on campus, and everything would have to be done from online. That gave us about 2 weeks to prepare till the end of March, with no close down of the university. We kept teaching right through, and we kept our support services right through. We actually started delivering online on the 19th of March, one of our maths and stats support sessions, and I think we had absolutely everything online by March 23rd. Now, you'll have noticed as I've been doing this, there's been some colouring in going on the screen. One of the facilities of Zoom is to allow participants to annotate the screen, and my colleagues have been doing that as I've been speaking. All right, let's move on. And one of the disadvantages of the annotation is that when you change screens, it's annotating in front of it. So it is possible for the presenter to delete that, but I think everyone else is going to be nice to me. Thank you. The mesh support, we have a varied range of support. Because we're a multi-campus university and so widely spread, we don't have the traditional math support centre where everyone drops in. We generally run workshops across multiple campuses, and these are pre-assessment and exam workshops for our first year maths and stats units, and also some of the maths for education subjects. We also have topic-based workshops for some of the health science subjects. We also help with large workshops for the national numeracy testing preparation for our education students. So up until March this year, all of that was done live, often duplicated across multiple campuses. In addition, for drop-in sessions, we've used the campus libraries. There's a large amount of academic support available in the libraries, and so we have become part of that at 6 of the 11 campuses. That support was being offered face-to-face on different days on different campuses, between 1 and 4 days a week, and sessions between 2 and 6 hours. We've also traditionally had some online facilities. I Don't Get It. There's been an online discussion forum which sits within our Blackboard LMS, where students can ask questions and get help. And we also have a couple of LMS websites and our university website that offers resources. As I said, by the 23rd of March, we'd moved completely to Zoom. Zoom has given us the ability to share screens, as you've seen. There's also a shareable whiteboard, which is not too bad to write on if you have some sort of a tablet. There's text chat, which the students prefer to work with. There is the ability to use breakout rooms to send students to different groups to work. We can record sessions, and we can also run polls within that environment. So it has proved reasonably useful for us. For the students, it's been a slightly different matter if they haven't had the ability to write on a whiteboard or a shared whiteboard because they don't have a tablet or some sort of a stylus. Jim, over to you.
Thanks, Don. Our team, we routinely collect usage data on our learning support services. And so 2 of our major services are, Don's mentioned, the Maths and Stats Help Drop-In service, as well as subject-specific workshops. And these usually account for the bulk of our contacts with students in that learning support context. The next couple of slides show that there has been a fairly substantial drop-off in use of these 2 services this year when compared to the comparable period, that is first semester last year. So blue is what we call the autumn session, which is first semester last year, and yellow is this year. The reason that there's some zeros in the 2 March and 27 April columns is because 2 March was week 1. We don't offer these services in that week, and 27 April is our intra-session break. one thing you could argue here is that beyond the intra-session breaks, so in the weeks starting 4 May, 11 May, 18 May, that's dates for this year, by the way, there might have been something close to an equalisation of these numbers. So this is the number of student consultations in the Maths and Stats Help Service by week for the first 12 weeks of this semester. Thanks, Don. If we look at the next slide.
Yep.
So this shows the number of workshop attendances. So this is the number of students attending workshops. Again, first 12 weeks of the semester this year compared to last year. And the pattern is very similar, although maybe there's been a little bit of an uptick in the last few weeks. I think we'll have a good understanding of the true nature of this pattern at the end of the session and certainly by the end of the year. But I would say that there is quite a degree of, we'll call it anxiety from the decision makers at our university about these kinds of numbers. And so we've been asked to supply a much more data to people who are making decisions of this kind. Thanks, Don. So the final slide is really just a collection of stories and reflections on our experience so far in delivering our learning support services wholly online. These aren't necessarily ordered in any particular way, but we thought we'd share them with you. So the first point to make is that the I Don't Get It Blackboard discussion forum, which we call our online tutoring service, its usage has more than doubled this year as compared to last year. Our drop-in service, the MASH drop-in service, we believe is more accessible online. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're seeing more students, but we believe that a good number of students, perhaps at those smaller campuses that aren't really covered in our MASH support, perhaps students from those campuses have better access, for example. We found that given that usually with the subject-specific workshops, we would have one teacher, maybe two, facilitating those workshops, as compared to 3 or 4 teachers required in the Zoom room when managing students, especially larger groups of students in an online workshop, that overall our effort has required more teaching hours online. A big issue is that we're not actually, given that we're not able to lean over students' shoulders, we're not actually seeing their work. Unless they hold it up to their screens, which is rare, unless they share their screens with us, which is perhaps a little bit less rare. I've seen quite a lot of students showing me particularly assignment questions, which is a bit problematic in its own way, no care of sharing a PDF with me, etc. Managing students in groups online in Zoom is a bit of a tricky process. I have personally found that it's very difficult for me to have the same kind of teacherly presence that I can when I'm with students, when I'm physically present with them in a classroom. I can go up to them when I'm in the classroom. I can push them a little bit if they're not, kind of working productively, etc. It's harder to really have that sense of the vibe of the room and that sense of control when you have no video stream from students and quite often no audio stream, so you just feel like you're talking into a void. I know that there's ways of managing that, but sometimes that's the way that it kind of works out in practice. Students we've found are willing to communicate with us via the text chat in Zoom, but much less willing to chat with us or communicate with us via voice. And their cameras are almost always turned off. We have been using breakout rooms in Zoom, which is a facility that allows students to go off into almost like a separate Zoom meeting room, which is attached in some ways to the main room. We have been using that in, for example, our supportive engineering subjects with mixed results. Students would go off into a room, and the way a lot of our face-to-face workshops would work is we'd give them a worksheet at the start of the hour, We give them 15 or 20 minutes to work through those questions together in small groups possibly, directing and guiding their own learning, and then we would regroup and we'd have demonstrations, etc. And the teacher would sort of resume a degree of control and kind of lead the lesson from that point forward. But we have found in some of these breakout rooms, we're trying to replicate or simulate that process online, that we've had it's really not really knowing what to do in these breakout rooms when they're on their own without a teacher present. I have found, and my MESH colleagues have also found to an extent, that instructor-led workshops where we as teachers essentially take full control. We're still interacting with them, we're still prompting them with questions, we're still asking them to communicate with us via chat and so on, that has been a little bit more effective, particularly for some of the more technical workshops we run. For example, introduction to use of R for statistics students, and also for introduction to use of Excel for other business statistics students typically. But this has to be qualified by saying that we don't really know. We don't really know. It maybe just feels more effective because we're in control, because we're doing all the talking, to be honest. We have been recording some of our Zoom sessions. These have been reasonably popular, but the only evidence there we've got at this stage for their popularity is we've been getting a bunch of emails from students saying, where are these recordings? And so they've been, seeking access. And the last thing to say, in terms of some of the functionality within Zoom, we're still, pretty wet behind the ears in terms of our experience and expertise in using this technology. Is that polls have proven to be quite useful. So if we've got a bunch of questions in a worksheet, we won't get through them all in a particular workshop. We'll give the students an overview of the questions to begin with, and then a poll, which essentially asks them to list the top 3 questions that they would like demonstrated or they would like help with of the 15, 16, for example, questions in the worksheet. And we've also been topping and tailing our Zoom workshops, etc., with information about what they'll need to prepare for the workshop. For example, we want them to give us their student IDs in the chat. They can send it to us privately so that we can record their attendance. And then at the other end of the workshop, at the tail end of the workshop, we'll give them information about other services, for example, our drop-in service, or we'll point them forward to the next workshop that will be happening for their subject, etc. Thanks, Don. So that concludes my contribution to this talk.
Okay, just one thing with the breakout rooms that's probably worth mentioning is that within those rooms, the students have the same facilities as in the main room, so they can share screens, they can share a whiteboard. But again, we've found the whiteboard use is limited because most students don't have a tablet or some kind of device with a stylus, so it's very difficult to write anything in mathematics on a whiteboard using a mouse.
One other thing I might say, just one last comment, is, and this isn't on our list, but I've actually found that when I'm working one-on-one with a student, for example, in the MASH service, that it can be quite intense in a good way. It can actually be a really good, solid way of connecting with a student. The only issue, well, not the only one, but one of the issues though, is that it's very difficult to pick up all of the non-verbal cues and so on, and the myriad other kinds of cues that you would get when you're teaching a student, interacting with a student face to face. Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Jim. I guess now we log out from here and come over to the big blue button for questions.
Brilliant.
Is that right, Mark?
Yes, that's correct. Let me just move everything over. Yep, so I will close down the Zoom and you will appear on big blue button. I'm just going to show everyone how to log in again because there's been some questions, so I'll do that now. Here we go. So, okay, so thank you very much for that, guys. Let's just get rid of that. So, a few of you have been asking in the chat how to log in, where all the information is to be able to log in. The big blue button stream link is in the description of of the YouTube stream, and basically what you do is you click on that link and it will take you to something that looks like this. You just enter your name, click join, and then what will happen is you will see that it will come up with the login, and all you've got to do is select the microphone. So it may come up with a pop-up to say you need to log in and allow your microphone access, but other than that, it will then be connected. Now you'll know that you're connected because you will see a little green microphone symbol on the left hand side. So what I'm going to do is, if you would like to log in and the pop-up to say, I just realised it's getting a bit of feedback there. So if you'd like to log in, if you would like to ask a question, if you could click on your name once you're logged in, and then set status, and then click raise hand. That will allow us to know that you would like to ask a question, and I will go down one by one and allow you to speak to the presenters and ask a question. So obviously there's a bit of a lag, so we'll see. I'll give it a few seconds to see if people want to log in. So like I said, once you're logged in, if you want to set your status, a few seconds to see. Set your status to raise hand, and then we know that you'd like to ask a question.
Mark, whilst you're Mark, I noticed while you're waiting, I noticed there was a question in the live stream chat from Anthea about the online discussion forum. I don't get it. Anthea, we run that basically students ask a question. So it can be anything they like from any maths unit anywhere or any mathematics in any unit in the university. So if they're having a problem they're having difficulty solving a problem, they can ask a question, post a photo of the working that they've done so far, and then we get back to them. So it's not a discussion forum in the sense that we set a topic for them. They create new topics each time they ask the question.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Don. I see, Joe, you've joined us. Did you want to ask a question? I can see you've got your headphones connected. I can see you speaking. No, that's okay. Stephen, did you want to ask a question?
No, I'm just listening at the moment. All right, okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay. If you're struggling to log in, if you do want to pop anything in the chat, then we can sort of allow people to ask questions about the chat.
While you're waiting, I noticed there was a question in the live stream chat from Anthea. A photo of the working that they've done so far, and then we get back to them. So it's not a discussion forum in the sense that we set a topic for them. They create new topics.
Right. So I've just seen some people are asking about the big blue button link again. It's in the description of YouTube. So if you go to the video description, there is a link underneath that will allow you to connect. Once you connect, though, please can I? Oh, damn it.
You are now unmuted.
Let's try that again. I've noticed that people are asking in the stream again that they can't access the question how to log into Big Blue Button. It is underneath the description of the YouTube stream. So if you click under the YouTube stream, there is a description and there's a link there. Please, when you log in to Big Blue Button, if you've got your microphone on, you need to turn your YouTube stream off, because it will come through my headphones and keep repeating onto the stream. So it's really important that you turn your YouTube stream off when you're asking a question. I'll just give it a couple more, maybe a minute or so, to see if anyone else wants to log in. But otherwise, we'll move on to the next set of presenters. Next presenter. Some people saying the site can't be reached. I don't seem to have that problem. A lot of people seem to be able to log in, so I'm not sure what's going on there. If you click on the link in the description, it does seem to take you to the right place. How do you raise your hand? So you raise your hand by clicking on your name, set status, and then click on the raise, and that will allow you. But Gordon, if you'd like to ask a question, then yeah, brilliant. Gordon, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, thanks for that. It was very interesting. You mentioned about students not being able to use the whiteboard easily because they don't have tablets. How do you, I mean, presumably you have sort of decent tablet devices, because we were suggested that we could save money by getting a budget. I think there was a Waco thing that didn't have on the tablet feedback, so it wrote on the screen for you while you were writing on a thing like a clipboard. I don't know if any of you have had any experiences of those. Are those any good, or are they just a waste of time and you're better off getting a proper tablet?
Jim, you're probably the best to answer that because you're using one of those. We've actually had a struggle getting tablets for our staff as well. That has been a problem, but
Yeah.
we were fortunate that most of the group had an iPad at least. I fortunately bought myself a Surface Book last year, and that's been invaluable. Jim, have you got a comment on the Wacom tablets?
My Wacom tablet, I bought it. It had been gathering dust. I thought it was just a very lavish tax break.
Your sound isn't very good, I'm afraid, Jim.
I'll do my best. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. It's just a bit crackly.
Yeah. I'm on a weak connection, so I'll try and talk about it as I think that Waco tablet is great, but it's probably prohibitively expensive for students, particularly our students from the low FC heads. And the one I got cost me about $500. There's a small one that's in the order of $200 or $300. I think that would put it out of reach of many of our students. So what we find in practice is that if they are actually writing, they're not always writing on digital or electronic device. They're writing on pieces of paper and holding it up to the camera. That's one thing they're doing. Another thing, they're using the mouse on their which is obviously a problem, especially when you're dealing with complicated maths notation. So I don't know if that really answers your question. In our experience is that there are some access issues around use of and just to sort of understand what's available, of different learning technologies that would give them full access to what we're offering them basically online.
Thanks, Jim. That was a little bit crackly. I think we got most of it there, but a little bit difficult to understand. Was that okay for you, Gordon?
Yeah, thanks. It's a bit difficult to follow
Yeah.
the audio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you
Feel
very
free
much.
to email us if anybody wants more information. You also just saw another of the issues that we have over here, which is internet accessibility varies greatly. Jim is down in the Southern Highlands and his internet connection is not as fast as what we're getting up here in the city. And that's true for a lot of our students as well.
Yeah. I see. Yeah. There's a few questions sort of coming through on the chat. There's one about considering having digital pens available for students to borrow. Have you considered that? Is something that's come through?
We certainly haven't done that because for the digital pen to work, you'd have to have the tablet to write on. So you've either got to have an iPad or some sort of similar device, and most of the students don't have those. Yeah. So that's the biggest issue there.
Yeah, brilliant. And then there's been a couple on the chat here in the Big Blue Button. So how do you advertise your sessions? Someone's asked.
We have very good relations with our subject coordinators who advertise through the learning management system. Of course, when we're on campus, we've also got
device. We've also got screens around the university that advertise, and we've lost that facility. So that's another issue, I think, with us going completely online is communication, good communication with the students.
Brilliant. Just seeing if there's anything else. Someone's asked if you use another platform with, I guess, the tablet and the writing on the screen, but obviously you demonstrated that you can write on the screen in Zoom straight away.
Yeah, so that's basically all that we're using is Zoom. We have access to collaborate through Blackboard, but I don't know of anyone that's using it. A couple of the administrative teams are using Microsoft Teams, but we haven't attempted to use that. We've tried to be consistent with our support and just use the one platform.
Brilliant. One more that's just come in at the bottom there. How active are your discussion forums?
Not extremely. Jim said we doubled in use this semester, but they're not particularly active. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but it's not huge. I think one of the issues is that it's the Blackboard discussion forum. A couple of people have suggested the use of Piazza as an alternative, and we're thinking of trying that out later in the year.
Brilliant. Right. Well, I think we'll hold it there for questioning because we need to move on to the next presenter. But my thanks to all of you down there in Australia for attending this morning and for presenting. It's fantastic to see and hear what you're doing down there during these weird times. Thank you for taking time out of your evening to join us. Obviously, feel free to stick around as much as you want. So yeah, my thanks go to Don and Jim and everyone down in Australia. And it's time to move on to our second presenter, which is going to be Tom from Liverpool John Moores. So I'm just going to give him the presenting rights. Could I ask that everyone who is currently logged into Big Blue Button, who wanted to ask a question, who is now not presenting, if you could log out so that we can get ready for the next presentation, and so you can then log back in when you want to ask a question later on. Thank you very much. All you have to do to log out is just close the window. If you just close your window that you've got open, that would be great. Brilliant. Right, so let me just find Tom on the list. There you are. I'll make you presenter. Tom, if you'd like to go ahead, I'll make this full screen now. Let me just... I'm just going to copy. I'm going to have an extra version of this running on my other screen so I can see what's going on. But otherwise, if I make this full screen, you will now be able to go ahead. So Tom, I think you're now in control. If you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remind myself how to. I've got the presentation uploaded. It's how to actually start it.
Oh, that's okay. Give me 1 second. I seem to have lost the stream on here, so I've got it back up on here. Let me take control on the other presentation,
okay,
and then I can get you upload a presentation, comparison of whiteboards. There we go, and that should now be on there. I just need to swap over to this one here, so I'm just going to close these two, and hopefully we are now there. There we go. Ooh.
Control V.
There we go. Right. Sorry, Tom. We just had to set it all up again.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
It went a bit quiet, but there we go. We should all be now ready to go. So I'm going to make this full screen.
You need to make me presenter.
Oh yes, of course. Yes, that would be helpful. There we go. Brilliant.
Okay, great.
There you go. Off you go.
Well, good morning or good evening for those in Australia. And I don't know if we've got people from any other countries around. So I've been doing a bit of online tutoring for a few years, and have used various online whiteboards and that in that. But in my role at John Moores, it really came to head when we had to go virtual with it, when we were all told to work from home. And of course, at that point, it was a case of what whiteboards could we use, what ones were we allowed to use, given the university's policies on and GDPR and things like that. And there are a lot of whiteboards out there. This is just a small list of them. I have a spreadsheet with a list of about 21 of them, which I've tested at some point. I know in the past a couple of years I've tested some others, and there have been some ones with some quite good features, some ones with less good features, and they're evolving all the time. And you know, if you read an article on them from a year ago, things may have completely changed. You know, particularly a lot of ones which were free over the last few years have now started to charge because their usage has skyrocketed. They generally fall into two classes. You've got ones which are integrated with other platforms or other tools. So you've got Big Blue Button, which we're using here, which has a whiteboard, which I'll talk about in a moment. And of course, Big Blue Button is integrated with the Canvas learning management system as well. So if you use Canvas, then Big Blue Button's an obvious one to go for. There's Zoom, which we just saw. There's Microsoft Whiteboard. There's OneNote, which, you know, while not explicitly marketed as a whiteboard, works very well as one. There's BitPaper, which I've used for private tutoring for many years. There's a web whiteboard, the Whiteboard Fox, Groupboard. There are loads of them. So what it comes down to is, what do you want to use them for? What features do you need? And there are two main uses, you know, lecturing and tutoring. With lecturing, you're generally writing on the board, and you're not expecting interactivity. So you're not expecting somebody at the other end of the conference call to be writing on the whiteboard. And so you could get away pretty much with any drawing program then, if as a worst case scenario, and just do a screen share. It's not ideal, but you could do that. Or if you're doing small tutorials or one-to-ones, then it's very nice if everybody in the everybody connected can at least has the ability to write. I have found that students are a bit dubious about writing, and of course there is the issue around active devices. You know, do they have a tablet? Do they have a touchscreen laptop or something like that? Or are they going to have to try and write with a mouse, which can be painful? Or you know, maybe they've spent some money on a Wacom tablet, but they're unlikely to do that if this is the only thing they're going to be doing that with. And there are cheaper alternatives as well to that, but you're still looking at least £30 for a writing tablet. So you do have issues with those. But these are the sort of two main usages. And you may find one tool is better than the other, depending on your usage. So when I was evaluating them, I looked at various possible features. You know, if I want to use it for tutoring, it needs to be multi-user. So that is a prime thing. I don't want something which I'm just going to share through my screen sharing software. I would like something which other people can use. And that means that it's got to be also to be easy to install and access. So I don't want people to have to install lots of different software to do this. Ideally through a web browser, and maybe for additional functionality, they can install an app. But something which just is accessible through an app, there's that delay as people are getting it going. So if I'm running a tutorial and I just want to write on a whiteboard, I want to get something up quickly. And I want people to be able to log into it quickly. I don't want them to say, oh, I need to download this software give it permissions to run, connect it, and whatever. I want something which is very, very easy to install and access. I want, when I write, for it not to struggle to keep up with my writing. I do try and write slower, but some of them there's so much lag that as you write, you end up with a straight line instead of an A because it hasn't actually registered that you've done the curve and things like that, and things become very, very unusable quickly. I personally like to have a whiteboard which has an infinite size, so I can keep scrolling. So that I don't have to always erase the whiteboard when I'm doing when I want to write something new. We can scroll back to something I've written before. You can get away from that with multiple pages where you can move backwards and forwards, but I quite like an infinite whiteboard, or at least something which is very large. But of course, an issue with an infinite whiteboard is making sure that you and the people or person at the far end are actually looking at the same part of a whiteboard. And a lot of whiteboards don't lock the view, so you can be looking at different parts of a whiteboard, which has pros and cons. That does allow somebody, if they need to quickly refer to something, to scroll back, look at it, and then scroll back to where you are writing, but they do need to keep track of that. And you do need to make sure that everybody is literally on the same page. If I'm doing a drop-in or an occasional one-to-one, persistence isn't necessarily an issue. It doesn't really matter if a whiteboard disappears after after the session has been closed. A lot of the whiteboards do allow you to save things. So if you want to save it as a PDF and email it to the students. But if it's a lecture course, or I'm dealing with the same student time and again, maybe on a regular session, having a persistent whiteboard, you can say, well, in the last session, let's look and see what we did here. That is really, really useful. So having that persistence so that you can look at it afterwards, I find very useful. And that persistence can be helped by having multiple pages. So you could, for instance, start a new page with each lesson that you're doing or each session that you're doing, which helps to keep track of it and stops this infinite whiteboard basically becoming unmanageable. So those are sort of core features that I consider when looking at a whiteboard. Other things which I find really, really useful are the ability to paste in an image. So if I've got another application running, or I might have some questions which are in a PDF or a book, and I don't want to upload the whole PDF, if I can just grab a screen share from that, or grab a screenshot of that, paste it in, that's great. It allows me to show something to the student without necessarily having to share my whole screen. Similarly, being able to upload documents so that you can work on them in tandem, or you can set up the whiteboard in advance with documents to work through, like Don and Jim were doing from well, that would be one way Don and Jim could have done from Australia. If they had the document uploaded to a whiteboard, they could then flick through that and annotate it at a time. You want a reasonable set of drawing tools, depending on what you want to do. I did a few months ago come across a whiteboard which included protractors and things like that, but I haven't been able to track that one down again. So if anybody has come across that, please let me know. And sometimes I want people to sketch graphs and things like that. So to be able to set some sort of grid background is a nice to have. It's not crucial. So those are the sort of features that I'm really looking for in a whiteboard. Okay. So we're in Big Blue Button. It has a whiteboard. So if I put on the pen or pencil tool, I can write on it. And it's not too bad. I have found it quite laggy. I have found that this one's not too bad. It could be that this is running separately from Canvas and maybe doing it through Canvas, or it could be the server. So I'm actually, having a better experience of writing on this than I've normally had with Big Blue Button. It's quite good. It is automatically integrated with your learning management system, although you can install it separately. It is entirely web-based, so no end-user installation. You can upload slides, which you can write on, as we see here, and that whiteboard is specific to each slide. So I can write on this slide, move on to the next slide. So you could even, if you wanted to simulate a whiteboard, you can have a whole lot of blank slides, which is what is loaded up by default in Big Blue Button anyway when you start it. I say I have had severe lag in writing sometimes. The writing space is pretty limited. Don't have many tools in it. You can do text, you can do lines, so basic shapes. But it is pretty limited. So the next one, but that's when we went online as a university. That is what we were using because that was what we had. Now Microsoft Whiteboard, which I'll demonstrate in a moment, is another option. It's you can install it as an app, but you can also use it on the web. It's automatically integrated in Microsoft Teams. So in Teams, you can click a button to start a whiteboard. It does have an issue that it's only accessible to people within your own organization, even if you explicitly share it with a URL. But you can paste into it, which you couldn't do with the Big Blue Button one. Which I should have said. You can upload documents to it. It is persistent. I have had some students issuing with reports on, say on iPads, and that was I saw that on the internet as well. I had a certain amount of lag. The view isn't locked, so I can be writing on one part of the board and the student could end up seeing something else. So, and it's only got one board. I'll just do a screen share and pop up. You'll see the infinite echo chamber for a moment. And here's Microsoft Whiteboard. So not bad on the lag side. It hasn't really got much in the way of tools. You can put a ruler on it for to help you out. You can select. You can insert quite a few different things in it. So you can paste in images and text, and you can do that with just your normal Control C and Control V things. You can you've got a lot of things, and you can share it. I won't show do that live though, because as it can only share within your organization, it also brings up a list of potential people. And so if I were to hit the share button here, it would actually show some students' email addresses. so I'm not going to do that. But it's pretty decent, and you've got a and it can be shared on the web. Now it is infinite, but it does it in an interesting way. I can't. Well, actually, they've changed. Okay, the web version anyway. I had to write at the bottom to make it larger. This maybe they upgraded it, or the app and the web version are different in the behavior. So it is infinite. But it is not necessarily locked so that the same people, so everybody can see the same thing. Okay. So that's Microsoft Whiteboard. OneNote is another one. It is persistent, so it's great for classes. There are also variants, so class whiteboard and things like that, if you have a Microsoft 365 educational account where you can actually set different whiteboards for different people and use it. You can almost use it as a learning management system by setting different works. It's infinite, very well integrated with different tools. You can have multiple boards, multiple pages. You can upload, you can paste into it, and all of that. But the view is not locked. Let me just again share. Well, I'll just share the OneNote. So again, I can write on this. It has some nice features. You've got your standard drawing tools. You can insert all sorts of things. I could insert a page from or a document if I wanted. Well, that's I don't know what went wrong there, but normally I can put a document in. You can even paste in a link to a GeoGebra applet or something like that, which will run live in the page. You can create as many pages as you like. And it is, as I say, persistent. And you can share it. And you can share it either in view only or in everybody can edit mode. And you can share it outside your organization. And I'm conscious of time here, so I will just, well, I'll mention Zoom. Yeah, so I'll talk, Zoom obviously comes with a built-in whiteboard. It is not infinite. There is only one board. You'd have to clear it between things. Now you can, as Jim and Don showed, you can write on your screen share, so you could use that to simulate a whiteboard, but again, you have to clear it before going on. But it does have for Pro, but it is accessible via the web or with Windows and on Macs, and is integrated with a conference system. I'm aware that we're running short of time, so I won't demonstrate Zoom, and I won't demonstrate BitPaper, which was my private tutoring one of choice and still is, but it's no longer free to use, and of course cost can be an issue as well. Also, there's a security issue there, which in that anyone with a link can view or edit, whereas the ones I've shown you before were just you had a lot more control on who could use things. Okay, I think that is my time up. So are there any questions?
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. Can you still hear me, Tom?
I can, yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, it seems to have done something very strange, but it's okay. I can sort it out in the break. Thank you very much for that, and that's really, really useful, really interesting. I know a lot of people, I mean, ourselves included, when we first started providing this support, finding the right tool to be able to write on the screen was very difficult. So being able to look at all the different options, I think, is a very useful thing. So thank you very much for that. Anyone on the YouTube stream, just again, just to remind you, anyone who's just joined and isn't sure how to join for the questioning, now's the time to do it. We've got a couple of minutes. So underneath the YouTube stream in the description, there is the link to come into the big blue button. Once you come in, please, if you could turn your YouTube stream off, so in other words, mute it, so that we don't get an echo. And then if you can put your hand up, just as Chetna's done, by kind of clicking on your name, set status, and then you'll be able to raise your hand, and then we can go through all the different questions. So, Chetna, I see you've got your hand raised first, so do you want to go first? Hopefully you can hear me. Can you still hear me, Tom?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Stream off, so in other words, mute it, so that we don't get an echo. Chetna? Do you want to ask your question, Chetna? Or Pete? Pete's now got his hand up. Pete, do you want to go? Yeah, you're connected. Yes, yeah, go for it.
Smashing. I'm interested in what pens and sort of digital pens and things that people are using to write on these whiteboards. I know some people can do it efficiently with a mouse. My handwriting's bad enough at the best of times. Has anybody found a pen that doesn't need a special tablet to go with it, or what? Anyone got any good solutions for that?
Well, if I start, I mean, if you haven't got a tablet, well, so are you talking about on a writing on an Android or an iPad tablet, or are you talking about writing on a PC which isn't a touch screen?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about if I've got a laptop which is not a touch screen, and so I'm wanting to write sort of pen-like on that, if possible. I find I've got an iPad, but it's the size of the screen just on the iPad is too limiting for me.
Yes, I mean there are sort of apps which will turn your iPad into a writing tablet, which would then write on your screen. So it'd be very much like using a Wacom tablet, which there was a discussion of before, or there are cheaper ones like the Huon one as well. So you don't see what you're writing on the tablet, it comes up on your screen, and it's just like using a mouse but with a pen interface. So you click on where you want to write on the screen, and you can do it. It takes a bit of getting used to, but that is for technology, for instance, that Sal Khan uses for making his Khan Academy videos. So it's and I have seen people use that. I'm fortunate that I do actually have a touchscreen laptop, and I've bought myself a Wacom bamboo pen for it. But if I didn't have that, then yes, I would be using I think the Wacom tablets, the Intuos ones, seem to be the most popular for doing that sort of thing.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to say we're using I'm using the Wacom tablet for Coventry's support service, but I know some of my colleagues are using Surface to write straight onto the screen. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Phil, you said you had a question in the chat, so do you want to unmute yourself? Yep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Just make sure that your YouTube is turned down.
Yeah, I completely shut down the
Perfect.
YouTube.
Perfect.
This follows from the previous question. So I create a set of lecture notes in PDF form, and I want to annotate on top of that. So it sounds like something like the Edge or what you mentioned will do that. But then how about if I wanted to insert a blank PDF page? Say I wanted to, I ran out of space. I need to insert a PDF page into my lecture to continue writing. Do you know how you do that?
It depends on what you're doing, which one you go for. If you're using a big blue button or if you're using Big Blue Button, you'd have to edit your PDF, put that extra blank page in, and re-upload it to Big Blue Button, which is less than ideal. On most of the other systems, you can. So, yeah, and it can be tricky. You might have to move things about to do that. But if you can, so again, it also depends upon whether you are sharing it with your students or whether you're doing a screen share. Because if you're in your PDF creation software, you could just add an extra blank page in.
Can I add something? Can I add something there? Sorry. Yeah. So this would be like, I'm imagining, recording a lecture with Zoom and then uploading it, so the students wouldn't be watching in real time.
Okay, and you want to leave them a blank sheet of paper, or
yeah, because I'll be deriving something, working out some stuff under my lecture notes, and then I run out of page. I want to insert a PDF page. I mean, I guess I was thinking start at a blank PDF page and write on top of that, but then I have to merge it later into the lecture notes, which is less than ideal. If I could just like insert the PDF page where I want it to go and save the whole thing at the end, that would be ideal.
That would be ideal. I think that would depend upon your PDF software, but I can't think of an easy way to do that unless you're as I say, you're in Word or PowerPoint or whatever you're using to generate your PDF, and you're just doing it directly there, and you can just add a new page. That's possibly your easiest way to do it. There are some, I guess, if you've got something like Adobe, DC or there are some open source things which allow you to edit PDFs. So if you open your PDF in that, you should just be able to add an extra blank page in that at the same while you're doing it.
If I had Adobe software.
I think the Adobe so you've got Adobe Reader, but then you've got the next step up from that, which allows you to edit PDFs. Now, I think if you open it in that, you should be able to add an extra page in. But there are also a whole lot of free PDF editors out there as well, open source ones, which may also give you the what you need.
So maybe I need to look into that, or if anybody knows of one, please let us know. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Phil. Thank you. So I'm conscious of the time. There's one more question that's come into the chat, Tom, which is from Teresa in the Big Blue Button there. Do you have any thoughts on accessibility for handwritten notes, like programs that automatically smooth handwriting or even convert into type for screen readers?
I've seen some of them. Some do have options to do that. So OneNote has an option to try and identify your handwriting, and it can also do that with equations as well, which is quite a nice feature. It's not great. You probably have to go back and do some work to fix it. But yeah, I think OneNote I think is the best one I've seen so far for that. Some of the other ones I've looked at do have things which will at least do some smoothing, but turning all your handwritten stuff into text, I think OneNote is the best one I've seen so far.
Brilliant. Right, okay, so we're about 5 minutes over anyway, so thank you very much for that, Tom. That was very, very useful, very interesting. If you've got more questions, I'm sure Tom will be able to answer them at some point. We'll sort some things out. We have got a 10-minute break now, so we will stick to the 10-minute break. So we will come back at 11:20, and I will present on Big Blue Button. If the guys who are presenting in the next session, which is Sue and James, if you can just stick around so I can log into your systems to prepare for that, that would be great. But otherwise, we'll be back again at 11:20 UK time, so 10 minutes. And again, if you're logged into Big Blue Button, could you please log yourself out now so that we can set up the next session. Thank you very much, and I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Okay, everyone. we'll start back up again, see if we can make up a little bit of the time. So it's my turn to present now. Hopefully I'll be able to finish by 11:45, but we'll see. So as you've seen so far this morning, lots of people using different things, and we're now going to look at 6 different ways of presenting to students and providing support to your students. So this, as you've seen so far, this is our system that we use at Coventry, which is Big Blue Button, and basically we've been asked to use this by the university because they bought everything to the university via Big Blue Button to the university, and it was introduced to our online service first. So our CU Online students, which is an online branch only of the university, were basically being asked to use this software to be able to access their lectures effectively, and we were asked to kind of attend a training event by one of the online team, and they showed us what it could do. And I have to say, initially, I don't know about my colleagues, but I was not particularly convinced by Big Blue Button. I didn't think it could offer the support that we were looking for. However, I got involved with offering some support online to our CU Online students, and then kind of trialled it through a few appointments online, one-to-one through our booking system. And the more I used it, the more I realised actually there is a lot of functionality with it that we can use. And given the situation we were kind of plunged into, it was quite useful that I had tried it out, because it gave us a way of supporting our students straight away when we were sent into lockdown. So just to talk a bit about the functionality, you've seen sort of bits of it through Tom's presentation, but we can upload and share documents, so that also means the students as well, not just us. So we are allowed to give the students, as you've seen so far this morning, when presenters have come on, we can let them present onto the screen. They don't have to be a login, or have a login, sorry, I should say. So that's a very useful thing for us to be able to do, so they can share their documents that they want to go through, and we can kind of work on them together and look at them at the same time. As you've seen, the two-way whiteboard is available, but again, as Tom mentioned, we've found it's very flimsy. The lag is rather difficult, so we don't use the two-way whiteboard, and I'll show you what we use very shortly. You've seen that we can screen share, which I will again show shortly as well, so that you can see what we do to actually be able to write on the screen in a way that is controlled and makes sense for the student. We've got emojis as well for voting and questions. So if you've seen when you're logging in, you can click on your name and you can raise a hand, or you can put a smiley or an away symbol to say what you're doing. So that's quite useful if you want to ask people questions and so on. We also have breakout rooms for private discussions, and we're going to be using those this afternoon. And we can record the main room, but you can't record, as far as I'm aware, the breakout rooms, which is a bit of a pain, but it's useful to be able to record sometimes the main room, particularly if we're doing workshops. So our statisticians have been running workshops over the last few weeks and recording them. Very useful, because then we can download them and share them with the students afterwards. And of course, it's got the standard things, the webcam, text chat, private chat, shared notes that you can share with the students. Oh, that's me leaning on my pad, ready for it in a minute. Right, so yeah, so we don't use the online version of the whiteboard on Big Blue Button. We found it is a little bit tricky. So what we actually use is, because we've all got Windows computers, Windows laptops, we use Windows Ink. So Windows Ink is something that we kind of stumbled across, really, and it's down in the bottom of the toolbar here, and if you click on it, it gives you a few options that you can do. One of them is a screen sketch, and one of them is a sketch pad. So you can see this was some of the work I was actually doing with someone yesterday that I was supporting. Obviously it zoomed in a little bit for some reason. I think it's because it was on a different screen. But this whiteboard does have a very good response and options effectively for it. So I'm using, as I said earlier, the Wacom tablet with a pen. My colleagues, some of them are using a Surface to write on, but you can see it's actually very responsive. And also a good thing is that I can press harder or I can press lighter to change the strength of the pen. I can change colours to highlight things. I can actually highlight things as well. And as was mentioned in the chat, spoiling the surprise, it does have a protractor and it does have a ruler that we can use as well if we need that. So very, very useful functionality. And it's the only problem. The only problem is that you can't allow, the students can't write on the screen as well. So only we can write on the screen, unfortunately. But they can see what we're doing. So that's the main thing. The other thing though is that it does come with an option to let's see if we can get it up and running. Ooh, pressing the wrong button. It does come with the option to write on top of the screen, which for some reason isn't coming up. Not sure why. Give it a second. I think it's struggling a little bit. I think my laptop's struggling a little bit, so I won't show you that. But basically, you can write on top of the screen. So if a student's got something that they want to share with you, then you can write over the top of the work that they've given you, and annotate it and do that as well. And it has the same functionality as what you've just seen in the main whiteboard, which is very useful. So we use Windows Ink to be able to write on the screen and share with the students, and it works really well. And obviously the other option is when we're helping students with statistics, we do have obviously screen sharing, so we do share SPSS screens and so on, which will allow obviously us to see what they're doing and point them in the right direction. So it does work both for maths and statistics. So just some pros and cons of Big Blue Button that we've found so far. So some of the pros are that it does have the breakout rooms, which allow us to kind of have a drop-in system. So people can drop in and we can have different advisors in different rooms. So if we've got a stats advisor, they can be in one room, and a maths advisor in another room. So we've had student proctors who would normally have in the centre sitting in the main room when people arrive, asking them what help they needed and passing them on to whoever was in the right room. So that was very useful. It meant that we could carry on with our drop-in service. As you've seen, we can screen share, we can use Windows Ink, and Windows Ink is very, very good. It's the one. It seems to be the one that we'll be sticking with, and most of my colleagues will agree that all the things that we've tried, as Tom has shown, there are problems with most things, but Windows Ink does seem to work quite well. It is simple to use. It's simple to once you've kind of got into it. I know a few of you have been struggling when you've come in this morning, but that's understandable if you've not used it. But also we can record the sessions, as I said earlier. Some of the cons, though, as I said, you can't record the breakout room. So if a student goes into a breakout room for a drop-in session, we can't record it and then share it with them afterwards, which is unfortunate. We can share the whiteboard. Oh, there we go. It's finally opened. We can share the whiteboard, but the students can't write on it themselves. So we can't obviously see what they're doing or seeing how they're reacting. As was said earlier with Don, that most students don't share their webcam. So we don't get to see how they're reacting. We've also found that PowerPoints can be unstable. So if you upload a PowerPoint, this what I've got here is from PowerPoint, but I've saved it as a PDF, so it works. If you put a PowerPoint in, it just muddles everything up, which is very bizarre. But it's one of the downsides to it. There is no voting system And the hands up for the queues, as you've seen earlier, I have to scroll through and have a look to see who's there. Unlike in the centre, if we were, I had lots of people in, our queuing system has numbers and we can see who came in first, so we can talk to them first. Over here, it tends to go in alphabetical order when they log in, so it's very difficult to keep track of who's in first and wanting to ask the questions first. So what did we actually do? So when we were sent into lockdown, initially we provided a timetable of support on the website and a link to the room which changed every day. So as most of you have said, I didn't send you the link for today because every day this link changes. And that's for security, but we were able to update that from home on a document that we were sharing on our OneDrive system, and that was fine. That worked. And we also offered one-to-one appointments outside of timetabled hours. We did workshops in the last couple of weeks, basically for statistics, because we were in the dissertation period, the hand-in period, but also for master students now who are working towards their final dissertations. We have been doing workshops in statistics. During the exam session, we actually prevented people from coming in as a drop-in. We had to make an appointment 24 hours in advance, and this was just to prevent any cheating, any issues. And within the kind of login system, we had to tell them that when they were signing up for an appointment, that they wouldn't obviously share any exam materials, because they were allowed to download their exams and work on it for say 3 hours and then have to upload it to the online system. So that kind of helped, but I think it put a lot of people off as well. We didn't see as many people as we would do. We have also used the system to help the third year maths students, the final year maths students do their oral examinations for their final dissertation projects, which has worked really well. But it also allowed our student proctors to continue working for us by handling some of the queries as they entered the room. So as I said earlier, they were able to point the student into the room so that the tutor could work with the students without having to worry about people coming in and out of the room. So here's just some data of who's been using the service since we've been online, and as you can see, there's been a massive drop. So the blue bar represents 2017, the orange is 2018, the grey is 2019, and the 2020 is in the yellowy gold colour. Now last year the grey colour is a bit less than what we would normally see anyway, because we were having building works done in the library. We moved to a different room, so that was why we had a kind of a downturn last year in the number of students visiting us. But there's a massive decrease this year. Obviously April we were completely in lockdown, and May we've been in complete lockdown, so you can see there's been a very vast drop in the number of people using the service. And the majority of the people who are using the service have come to use the stats workshops. So you can see again there that the maths one-to-ones, the drop-ins and the stats one-to-ones are very small. We've had a few email inquiries, but we've had a very good uptake in the stats workshops. So lots of people using that, but I think that's probably because it's using computer software, and people have to use the computer software anyway to log in perhaps. So why haven't students used the service? We don't really know, to be honest. It's probably because they're not used to it. We had to kind of implement it really quickly. We did use a lot of advertising, we used social media, we used all the university's channels. The main university Twitter feed was tweeting about it, but still we got very few people using it. We're not sure if they were unaware. Maybe we need to advertise slightly differently come September. But perhaps also that we have a lot of students using the MSc as a social space, and if that's not available, then they're not necessarily going to use the service. So that's possibly a reason. Also, maybe they don't have the equipment. This is something a lot of people have touched upon. The students might not be prepared. They might not have kind of microphones or a laptop even at home, so that could be an issue. They might have been ill with the virus, or they might just purely be lazy. We don't know. We would have to look into that more. just to quickly answer one of the questions that's come up on the feed very quickly, duration of the face-to-face online interactions, they varied. They tend to be a little bit kind of short for the maths ones because they tend to be just one question, how do I do this, help me with this, sort of maximum 5-10 minutes. With the statistics ones though, I think we were seeing a lot longer. Certainly with the ones I was doing, I was spending a lot longer with students because they were asking lots more questions, and normally in the centre you're able to get away and kind of speak to another student and ask and leave them to get on with something. But when you're in a room like this, they tend to ask more and more questions as they go along. So hopefully that answers your question, Stephen. So let's just move this on. So yeah, some issues we've faced, and I probably should have mentioned this earlier, because some of you may be having issues logging in. Internet Explorer or Edge and Safari are not good. They don't tend to log in and work particularly well. We've had students having issues with the equipment that they did have. So sometimes we've had to chat to them rather than talking to them via the text chat, which is very difficult. And again, the exam period, we had the possibility of cheating. So they had to book 24 hours in advance, they had to stay at the module and the topic, they had to sign an agreement, and staff were told not to answer emails within 24 hours, but to reply to the students, say, we've confirmed we've got your email, but we're not going to answer your question for 24 hours, because that kind of gave us a bit of a safety net there as well. We also have an issue with the dissertation questions and versus exam questions. Dissertation questions, obviously, it tends to be longer and tends to be more specific on what they're doing, and it kind of raises the question how much we should be helping them with their dissertation issues and questions, which has been a topic of discussion for a very long time. So yeah, there's the issue there as well. Particularly when you're online, you can't see what's going on. And just to say, are we going to continue this? Well, yes, we may need to. Obviously, depending on what happens and what the government does here in the UK, we may need to be doing this for the foreseeable future. We have found that the bonus is that we can now obviously offer this to satellite campuses, something that we were planning to do anyway, but it's allowing us to do it quicker. So we've got it implemented quicker. So now we're supporting students from London and Scarborough and various other places that Coventry has a satellite campus. Staff are now more confident in using the system. We had to learn it quickly. We had to train each other very quickly. So yeah, we're now kind of aware of how to use it, and we're very comfortable with using it. I think traditional methods will always be better, but in the future it's probably going to be a mixture of remote and traditional, and it allow more access to support for more students, which is a big positive. And particularly, as you'll see later on in some of the survey comments, some people who may have been a bit nervous to come and see us in person will now be able to access the online because they've got anonymity, and they'll be able to shy away a little bit, shall we say, so they might be able to get more support. We do need to advertise better, I think, and use more direct channels to help. But we also need to find out why the students didn't use the service as well. Given that it was our exam period as well, we've had our exam period now; it's finished, and the uptake was less than what we would have in probably one morning, which was a little bit disappointing. But we need to find out why. That will help. So that's kind of my little presentation into Big Blue Button. Hopefully that was very useful. Again, I'll give you sort of a few seconds to log in if you would like to ask a question. Feel free to obviously as well kind of put questions onto the chat, because I am looking at it at the same time. I know I did receive an email during the break saying some people are having trouble logging in to Big Blue Button. It's possibly because your browser needs updating. But also, if you're using Edge or Safari, it won't work. So please use Chrome or Firefox to log in. That will help. So I'm just going to read a question that's come through here. Do you think interpreting uptake numbers can really tell us about the use of online support? Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point, Teresa. Yeah, it's difficult to say. Obviously, it's a very, very brand new situation. It's something we've never experienced before, something the students have never experienced before. We had the no detriment policy at Coventry as well, so their exams were not being harshly marked or whatever. So maybe students, just because of this whole situation, aren't using it. But you're right, perhaps come September, they will be used to it. They'll know that we'll be doing a lot more online support, and offering that sort of later on. So yes, I think you're right there, Teresa, with your question in the text chat there. Yuri, I think you've got a question. You've got your hand up, logged in.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Yuri here. Thanks, Mark, for this very interesting presentation. Now, I'm speaking as someone who has investigated Big Blue Button on my own. I installed it on my own server. And one thing in particular I wanted to ask you about is that you seem to have a warning for users who join the session that the session may be recorded. Now, what in fact is happening, even if you don't press the start recording button in your Big Blue Button session, it is actually being recorded, and raw recording is stored on the Blindside networks server for 14 days in their default configuration. So what I wanted to ask is, from legal point of view in the UK, I think, I mean, have you considered that you need to warn people maybe in more explicit terms that even if the moderator has not started recording the session, it is actually being recorded?
That's something that I personally didn't realise, actually. So thanks for bringing it up. Obviously, as you say, there is the option to start recording at the top, and that goes into our own bank of recordings that we have stored in Coventry. I don't really know how to answer the first bit, because like I say, I wasn't aware that was what it was doing. So that's a pretty tricky one for me to answer. Like I say, in terms of what we do, and you've got the thing there available. We do state that, particularly on the workshops, obviously as well, that we are potentially recording for helping them, and we are able to edit the videos that we do record, so that names and everything are removed, and we can remove anything that isn't wanted, that students don't want to be there. So that's not an issue. But like I say, in terms of, I didn't realise that it was actually recording it on to that system, but I assume that given that Coventry have bought this license for us, that there's probably something there that's secure for us. So I would imagine that's possibly that we're okay for that. Yeah.
So basically, my point was that perhaps colleagues who would like to install Big Blue Button to explore it for their own needs, I think it's fair to give this warning that you need to consider that very carefully.
Yeah.
The information about how technically the recordings are made. So basically, if you enable the possibility for the moderator to record, it will actually record everything, and then if you press start recording button, it will just put the in point and out point and create a recording for your use. Okay. I think it's a great system, and it works. It can work very well. But we in this country, obviously, we've got legal issues, and we altogether maybe we need to look at this a bit more carefully and to consider warning maybe users and students in a more explicit way.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Yuri, that's fantastic. I mean, that's really useful for us as well, because like I say, I don't know if my colleagues were aware of that either. So bringing that to our attention and making everyone aware that if they did want to use Big Blue Button, that's what happens. That's very, very useful indeed. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. Any other questions at all from anyone else? I'll give it sort of 30 seconds again, just so the lag can catch up. See someone's typing in the text here. Nope, seems to have gone. Okay. If you've got any more questions on Big Blue Button, then my email is there. So please do feel free to email me. Probably not now, because like I say, I'm a one-man band today, trying to look through 3 screens and work it out. So please do email me, but I'll respond at some point. Colin, with your message just come through regarding fallen numbers, is there a trend of fallen numbers across the sector? Right, so yes, I will be reporting on this afternoon with the survey. And just as a reminder to everyone that the survey link is again in the description of the YouTube video. So if you haven't already filled that out, please do go and fill that out at some point. Then yeah, that would be helpful. But yes, Colin and I will report on that this afternoon. You'll be able to see, not just for the UK, but for the people who have responded from the worldwide to our survey, what it is in terms of our numbers across the sector, what's happening. So you'll get an answer to that this afternoon. I'll just see if there's anything else. VJ, your question in the chat. Sort of, yeah. So we have, yeah. So it's just come through onto the big blue button. Yeah. So yeah, we as I said, we had student proctors who would sit in this main room that we're in now, and you can see that we have breakout rooms, and they would triage our students who come into one of the rooms based on what support they needed. So they could then point them into the right direction, and the students who were already with the lecturers getting support could wait, could continue to get support, and the lecturers could concentrate on that student, and then once that student had left, they could bring in the next student. So the student proctors kind of sat there in the main room to kind of keep them occupied and to ask them what their issues were, and from that, so yeah. Yeah, so VJ, yes, yeah. But yes, as Duncan's pointed out in the chat, it's drop-in sessions and pre-booked appointments, and the pre-booked appointments, they just come straight into the room. So yeah, combination of two. So looking at the time, I've made it up, which is great. Hopefully that was useful for everyone. So we're now going to move on to our second presenter, which is Sue Pauly from the Open University, who's going to show us Adobe Connect. So I'm now going to open that up, and Sue, if you'd like to take over, we'll go from there.
Right. Hi Mark, can you just let me know when you're into Adobe Connect and that it's streaming on YouTube, because I can't see?
Yep, that's okay. You're streaming on my screen now, so you'll be able to go whenever you're ready.
Fabulous, excellent. Hello everyone. I'm Susan Pauly. I work for the Open University, and as you can see, that we work online an awful lot, and the package we use is Adobe Connect. Right. What I'd like to do is go through the Adobe Connect screen. As you can see, Mark is booked in as a host as well. I'm booked in as a host in two different screens. I've actually got two different computers up and running. Quite often I log in several times anyway, just so I can see how things are going from a participant's view or a student's view. I've got the webcam running at the moment, but I'm going to shut that down now because it can affect bandwidth and things. Right, what I want to do is I want to go through the basic layout for the hosts. I've got a bit of echo on my end here. I'm hoping that you haven't on the YouTube screening. Right, what we have to do whenever a participant enters a room is to get them to make sure that their headsets or whatever they're going to use for audio is up and running first. So we always have to get them to do what's called an audio setup wizard. And so whenever they come into an Adobe Connect room, that's the first thing that we have to get everyone to do. Thankfully, Mark's already done his, so if he needs to speak, then he should be up and running. Right, so looking at the layouts, what it is actually is because Adobe Connect works under an app, then it can be used on lots of different devices. You can use it on PCs and Macs and phones and tablets. So you can access it in lots of different ways. When you're a host, you've obviously got a lot more control than you do as a participant. Probably, Mark, it's easiest if you use the drop-down menus for each of these, and we can go through it. So the meeting menu is basically where you can allow students in, and you can record in Adobe Connect, and this is where you set up the recording. And you can switch various different preferences, and obviously you can end the meeting and kick everyone out of the room. As a participant, you can only come into the room if the host is in there already, so that's a safety feature, so you can't have students in the room doing whatever when you're not in there at all. And also the host gets the ability to let people in or not let them in as they desire. If we go on to the layouts menu bar, then this is where you create all the different screens that happen, and I'll explain a bit about that as we go along. Again, then the pods is where you actually populate the layouts, and then the audio, obviously it helps with the audio. Dependent on which device you're on will depend on which what sort of view you get. So if a student comes in and I'm a participant, then they're going to get just a standard view. What I'll do is I'm going to make Mark a participant for a minute, and then we'll have to see what view that the student gets of this screen. As you can see, you've kind of lost a lot of the controls that I have as a host to be able to access and change things. I'm going to move him back to being a host because I think it's a lot better to actually see what you can do rather than what the students see. Right, so if you're looking, for example, on a tablet, then you're going to get a slightly different view. Some of the functionality is slightly smaller, slightly reduced on tablets and phones, but generally if a student can't get access to a PC, it's a really good alternative, and a lot of our students do view it via these tablets and phones. Right, and then obviously they can zoom in to actually see the main presentation screen on the tablet if they want to have a higher view. And again, you can have a view on the phone as well. Right, so I'm going to go through some basic interactions and presentations. These are lots of different techniques that we use to help students. We wouldn't necessarily use them all in one go, but we tend to use them as we see fit. Most of our tutors have their favourites basically, and they tend to use those, and what works for one may not work for another, dependent on what other devices they have. Right, so I'm going to show you how we build up the sort of screen that we've got now. So what happens is we always start with a blank layout, and we add our various pods. So it's always useful to have an attendees pod, because that can show who's in the room, but equally there's some emoticons that participants can use. Mark, if you could go to the person that's got this hand raised on the top bar.
Yep.
And if you click on that, there you go. So that shows that Mark's raised his hand. And if we've got a lot of participants in the room, and sometimes we run rooms that have got sort of 350, 400, 500 students in the room, if a student raises their hand, then it actually it brings them up to the top of the participants list, and it orders the number that they raise their hand in the order from, so you know very clearly who raised their hand first, so who gets to ask the question first. As a host, I have the ability to clear Mark's hand, if I can remember. Where are we? There, go clear everyone's status. So I can put his hand down again. Along with the other emoticons, there are lots of things as well. There's a tick, an agree, and a disagree. The speak louder, speak softer, speed up, slow down. Then there's laughter, and there's one we always like, which is a bit of an applause, although I quite like the laughter as well. There's also a button that indicates that you've stepped away. With our students, obviously, with any students, when they're working from home, there can be lots of interruptions that happen, and so it's quite often useful to show that they've moved away, and that they won't be responding if you ask them a question. Right, so that's our chat pod that we generally put into a layout. The other thing that we include generally is our chat pod. Did I say that's the attendees pod? This is the chat pod. And this is where the students type, and you can ask any question or type anything you want, and that will appear, and the students use this quite a lot to communicate. There you go, Mark can talk. And the interesting thing about this is between the layouts, if I go back to my original layout, because these are the same pods that I've been using, the chat box will flow through each time, and so you can move on to different layouts and still show the chat that's been going on and scrolling through. You can also do that with share screen pods as well. So I'm going to put in a share screen pod, and I'm going to share the same one that I shared on the first layout. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Can catch the box in the right corner. Let's make it bigger that way. And let's make it bigger that way. It never works when people are watching, does it? There we go. Yep. We're going to do it. There we go. Right. Brilliant. And as you can see, that is showing exactly the same page as I had on the first layout. So I'll flip back to the first layout, back to the one I've just set up. You can tell by whether the video appears or disappears. And if I move on from this screen here, this is a simple PowerPoint presentation. Then I can move on, and if I go back to the original one, then that screen will also have moved on that layout as well. Right. So I'm going to close this one in this screen. Oh. If I can do the right button. Again, it never works when people are watching, does it? There we go. And I'm going to open another one, which is just a tutorial screen, which is that one. On top of these screens, you've also got the ability to write. So as a presenter, I can open it up myself, the drawing tools, and then I can write as much as I want to. I'm only using a mouse here. Equally, as a student, there's an ability to allow the students to write on top of the PowerPoints as well. So there's a drop-down menu in the corner of the share screen that allows me to enable participants to draw. So it's possible for students to write on top of the screens as well. And when I disable the drawing function, then they disappear. Right, where are we? So I'm just trying to work out what else I wanted to share. Right. So that's kind of the basic layouts that we've got, and that's what we use quite regularly. Some more tricky things that we do. What I tend to like is, as well as sharing just presentations and things, you can actually share your screen as well. So what I tend to do a lot when I'm teaching is I share a PDF, because I've got a touchscreen laptop, which, if I look at the right screen, so, and that means I can share my screen, and I can bring up a writing PDF, and then if I enlarge the screen here, then hopefully you get a nice big window, and I can just write on my PDF screen here, and it appears quite automatically. And I use a lot of PDF pages, so I've just got a never-ending PDF screen. So what I tend to do is I keep my presentation in one screen here. So I'm going to go back to showing the unit tutorial presentation here as it comes up, and so I can ask the questions that I want to on the tutorial line, so I can have everything written out in a PowerPoint presentation, so it's all nice and neat. And then when I want to answer a question in handwriting and write it out, then I just go onto the other screen, and then I can answer the question. The bad writing is my bad writing rather than the actual interpretation on the screen. And then you can go back to the question and you can have it all neatly typed up so the students can actually get something that's legible as well. Right, so that's screen sharing. One of the uses of having the two screens is I can still see what's going on in the chat box on one computer as well as seeing it on the other, seeing it on my screen share. What you can also do with the screen share is you can pause it for a second. Right, let me get that screen up. That's paused for a second. Then I could actually allow the students to write on top of that if they wanted to. And so they can highlight anything they don't understand. I can also highlight on top of that screen as well. So I can draw that on top of that screen. And then I can go back to my screen share and allow me to write on the PDF itself again. So hopefully that kind of makes sense, but it's two ways of writing. So I can write on the PDF and then a student can actually write on top of my PDF if I pause it for them. Right. One of the other things that we've been using recently, which is quite nifty, is on my phone I've got something called an epoch cam, which if I start my webcam in the right computer and share it, what you can actually now see is I'm just holding the phone, but you can now see I'm screen sharing a piece of paper, so I can write on the piece of paper again. Okay, the downside of this is that the students can't draw on top of it, so they'd have to use the chat pod or they'd have to talk if they wanted to say something. Okay, but it's just another app that a student can use as well. So a student could actually have this on their mobile phone, and then hence you would be able to see them writing as well. So you could actually follow what they were doing if you wanted to. Obviously, if you're going to do that for a long time, you'd find some way of holding the phone. Lots of attitudes use things like cans of baked beans and stuff, and they put their phones on top of that, so you can see the piece of paper. Another option, which is very similar to the things from Big Blue Button, is we have the ability to use breakout rooms. These can be set up in advance, and we can put in as many breakout rooms as you want. So you could have someone come into the main room as a holding pen. Holding pen? You sound like goats again. And as a space in one of the breakout rooms becomes free, you can move the students into them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move Mark into one of the breakout rooms, and so he's going to disappear from the screen. He's going to appear in another one.
Yep, there we go.
Yep, there we go. So we're both now into a breakout room, and each breakout room is completely separate, and you, as a host, you can move from one to the other, but the students have to be moved. And so I'm going to move us back into the main room again. And hopefully we're all back in the main room again.
Yep.
Fingers crossed. Fabulous. Right. So they're kind of the main things that we can use. There's lots more other things that we can use that we use a lot more for teaching than supporting. I wanted to highlight the supporting stuff first. We use poll pods. So there are 3 different options of poll pods. There is, which one's that? That one is multiple choice answer. So there's one answer only for that one. And there's abilities for the hosts only to see the answers, or you can broadcast the answers. There's also multiple answer ones that are also multiple choice. And there is also short answers. So there we go. So you can actually type an answer in here, and that would go into the poll. And obviously, again, you can set up the polls for only the host to see, and then you can end the poll and you can broadcast the results, and that means the students will see the results as well. I use it a lot for asking multiple choice questions, and I just look at the students' results so that no one else can see which students have got the questions right or wrong. The other thing we use is file pods. As you see, what I'm doing is I'm moving down my layouts so I don't have to open and close too many things. And what will happen is students can then download files directly from the Adobe Connect room. What would happen is Mark would just click on the presentation and it would appear in his internet browser, and that would allow him to download it. Okay, we can share lots of things. There's abilities to share videos.
Once your package
and I think I'm about on time, I think there now, Mark, aren't I? So I've got just a list of pros and cons of Adobe Connect. Main problem being that it does require students to download an app, and some students get a bit funny about putting things on their phone. But because it is app-based, it can be run on everything. It does require a little bit of setup time for students to do the audio. It's not just a plug in and run. Again, with all things, it has bandwidth issues. But it can be really flexible. Like I said, I use it to lecture to 500 students. Equally, it's really good on a one-to-one situation. Different layouts means you can just continue bringing in different elements without having to shut down various windows. So it's really good to bring in the poll pod if you want to use it, and then go back to another layout which hasn't got the poll pods on. Breakout rooms are good. The one thing I would say, it has taken a while to learn. It's not completely intuitive. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Brilliant. Thanks, Sue. So if we switch over back to Big Blue Button, and then we can answer the questions from the delegates. I know that while we're waiting for people to log in if they want to ask a question, one came in on the chat. Anthony just wanted to confirm what the name of the dot camera you were using is.
Sorry, the camera that I was using on my phone is called an Epoch Cam.
Epoch Cam, okay.
Epoch Cam, and it's brilliant. Yeah. What happens is that it's on your phone. I'm really not very technical, I suppose, but it works on your phone, and then it links to a computer, so you can put it onto a computer screen basically. As you can see, I can use it instead of a webcam.
Yeah, brilliant.
I was going to say there's some questions on the blue button here.
Yeah,
there.
do you want to go for it?
Does the student writing stick, or is it lost when you move next diagram? The student's writing sticks on the screen that you're on. So if I draw some, let me go back to one that's got more than one presentation on it, one page on it.
So I've just closed it, Sue. So.
Oh right. Oh okay. So
if you screen share, I can do it, couldn't I? That's okay. I can give you the presenting rights. So if you.
Oh no, it's all right. I'll just describe it.
Okay.
What happens is it actually sticks to the page it was on for my presentation, so I can give the student drawing rights. They can draw something on it. I can take the drawing rights away again, and the pictures will that drawing will disappear. If I give it back, then it will appear on that screen again. If I move to the next screen, it will be gone. But if I move back to that screen, it will be there again. But it doesn't stick if you come out of it and go back in again. That makes sense. Can you record the breakout rooms? No, I don't believe you can record the breakout rooms in our setting. You just can record the main room.
Great. We got a question on the YouTube chat that says, "Does Adobe Connect work with Linux?" Bit of a technical
I honestly
question.
don't know because I don't use Linux. It seems to work with most things. So as long as you can get an app, as long as you get onto a website and then download an app onto it, then it should be fine.
Brilliant. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll just wait a few seconds again just to see if people want to log in or ask any more questions. But otherwise, that was fantastic. Thank you very much, Sue. Yeah, we'll just see if there's anyone else who wants to ask anything.
Mm-hmm. So because we teach online a lot, I was thinking about the falling numbers while just people are waiting. And we actually saw when COVID-19 hit, we had a very sudden drop in student numbers attending online tutorials, and obviously our students attend online tutorials a lot. And I think when everything suddenly, the world turned on its head, all of our student numbers flipped, and our exams aren't for another couple of weeks yet. And we're seeing our student numbers increase now as people get used to the world we're living in. So I suspect if other universities were still continuing, then they may well see the uptake again. It would be interesting to see how our Australian colleagues are finding it. Our students starting to get online and get back up to speed now as this becomes a new normality, really.
Yeah. As someone just has kind of answered your question, the question about Linux in the chat, saying that apparently Adobe says that there's currently no application for Linux. They can still attend, host, or present in meetings in the browser, though. So, yeah. So, thanks, Vincenzo, for answering that for us.
Thank you very much.
I think there's no other questions. Doesn't look like there's anything else coming through. So thank you very much for that, Sue. That was very, very useful. Really appreciate that. And we'll move on to our next presentation now, which is from James O'Malley and his colleagues in Maynooth. So off to Ireland now, still trotting the world. So I'm just going to open up the Teams tab now. And hopefully James will be ready for us.
Can you let me know if you can hear me yet,
Mark? I can, yes. Yep, that means it will be coming through perfectly as well. That's great.
Super, great. Just let me know when you're ready to go.
You can go whenever you're ready, James.
Oh,
yeah.
Great.
There might be a bit of a delay, obviously, for people watching, but whenever you're ready, we can start.
No worries, that's great. So thanks a million, and thank you to everybody else. It's been really interesting so far. Over here in Maynooth, we've been using Microsoft Teams. So all our students and lecturers and tutors have access to Microsoft 365 accounts. So Teams is obviously an app on one of those. And kind of what you're seeing here is basically a list of all the teams that I'm a member of. Some of these are for different projects and things, but the important ones for our students are these ones here that are listed via module. So for each module, maths module, that our students were signed up to, they were also signed up to a team that their tutors were part of. And it was within those teams that we were offering support. So similar to yourselves, we shut down on the 16th of March. That was just before our study break or our midterm break. So we had a bit of time to prepare, and it was kind of decided eventually that it was through Teams that we would provide support. So for today, we just set up a specific team for this workshop. So when you click into a team, this is roughly what you see. I should note that some of the stuff I'm going to be talking about is stuff that we did implement. Some of the stuff is we plan to implement, but I think much like an awful lot of other people, there wasn't much uptake. And then some other stuff I'm going to mention is things that we're considering for future. So your basic page on Teams looks like this. Our team name is over here. I just called this the Sigma Workshop Team. A couple of channels here underneath it. I'll speak about those in a minute. But this is your kind of general chat area where lecturers and tutors can post announcements about things in the team. Maybe they'll point to different resources, different links, etc. And as a tutor or a lecturer, you can decide if your own students want or can post comments here. At the top here, you see just beside general, there's a couple of different tabs. So in these tabs, you can upload different files, maybe some different PDFs, etc. You can also link specific websites if you like. So this is just a link to some information about our support center. And essentially this runs a browser within the Teams app. So students can click through to this to get easy access to some of our resources, etc. You can also add apps into here, like online instances of Word or Microsoft Excel or OneNote, which I know Tom mentioned earlier and Rachel is going to speak about in a second. So those things can be just useful and quite easy for students to click into and get their hands on when they need them quickly. So on the left hand side here, you can kind of see these channels. These are mainly used to keep your team organized. They all offer the same functionality. So each and every single one of them offers a chat window and tabs at the top to share files, links, all that kind of stuff. So basically, if you have, I think, 200 people in a team, your main area will get very cluttered if everybody's commenting in here at the one time. So you can create these different ones for stuff maybe like resources to post, PDFs, student discussion forum where you might give your also set up private groups. So you can see the lock here beside this. So this is mine and Rachel's private study group. And in here, we can maybe discuss things, share files with each other before we go back to the main group, maybe the main team, and ask things of either a lecturer or our. In the online support tab here, this is where we're running the meeting for today. And I've also up here scheduled a meeting for Monday. So you can manually start meetings or you can schedule them for a later date. Eventually, when the meeting comes around, the host has to join it. And once the host is in the meeting, students can join, they can leave, they can come and go whenever they like. And this is basically how we ran our online support. So we advertised a timetable for students for when tutors will be available. Those tutors logged on to the specific modules, started a meeting, and then students were free to come and go as they please and ask questions, etc. You can also add guests to teams. So this is how Mark was added today. You can copy a link and email it to guests from outside, and they can join that meeting. However, without a 365 account, guests can't join teams. So you have to be a member of the organization or at least have a 365 account to be able to join a particular team, but anybody can join a meeting. Within these meetings, you can of course share your screen, much as you could do with most of the other apps we've seen today. That's what I'm doing now, to show you around the app. And this is where we would share our screen, show PDFs, use whiteboards that a lot of people were talking about today as well. On that vein, a lot of people have mentioned the Wacom tablets. I was calling them Wacom. I think I've been pronouncing it wrong my whole life. But we were using Wacom tablets to provide support. So if I go into the resources channel here, in the files area, I've uploaded a PDF of our Wacom tablet, and I've also embedded this natively into Teams. So if I open this PDF, this is a picture of the Wacom tablet that we were using. Myself and Rachel last year decided to make some online videos for service level mathematics in Maynooth, and the department invested in one of these tablets. We paid about £50 for this at the time, and found it extremely good. So a lot of people have said they've been using these. It's essentially a lightweight drawing surface, basically replaces your mouse or trackpad. The pen is pressure sensitive, which is great, and does not need batteries. So whatever magic of technology that is, I don't know. But the useful thing we found about this is there's essentially a one-to-one mapping from this surface to your screen. So if you move the pen to the top right of the tablet here, your mouse will appear in the top right of the screen. If you move the pen immediately to the bottom left, your mouse will appear suddenly in the bottom left. So this makes it extremely accurate, and we found it very, very good. So good that when you get used to it, you don't have to look down at the pad anymore, and we ended up using it instead of a mouse, actually. So we found it really, really good. It's compatible with Mac or PC. You essentially just plug it into your USB, install a driver, and away you go. This is a link and just a screenshot of the Amazon link that we used to buy it off. I'll put up contact info at the end. If anybody wants this PDF and wants the link, just drop me an email and I'll only be glad to send it on to you. Temporarily out of stock, I think that's probably going to feature of the next while. But this is the price point we bought it at. It was about £50. But if you get onto it, you can make crazy savings of 1 pence if anybody wants to rush at that offer. This was the medium variant, so as in a medium size. The small one is a bit smaller. I believe it's around about £30, but this is what we used. If I go back to the files tab, I just made a short video just to give you an idea of the accuracy of these pens. So hopefully there's not too much of a delay here. In the top right, you can see me writing on the pad on the table. And then I'm using Microsoft Whiteboard here, which I found quite good. I shared my screen and was writing on it. So you can see it's quite accurate. There's no lag between the pen and the screen from what I found. It's immediate. And it's extremely useful for doing anything from equations to little sketches and things. So yeah, I found it really, really good. Microsoft Whiteboard, I found excellent as well. But one thing to note, one issue we found in Teams was when we tried to run Microsoft Whiteboard natively within Teams. So Teams meetings give an integrated version of Microsoft Whiteboard that we found quite poor, because if people are watching your meetings on mobile devices, they couldn't see the integrated whiteboard, which was disappointing. So instead, what I did was I ran Whiteboard in Microsoft Ink, similar to what Mark explained. I ran it in Microsoft Ink and just shared my screen. There was some latency issues, which I'll talk about at the end, but by and large, I found quite a good experience with that, and students were quite happy with it. Plus, Whiteboard allows you to, export PDFs or PNGs and share them with students afterwards, which is great. My colleague Rachel, who's also on the call, so if I stop sharing my screen, maybe Rachel would hop on. Rachel used OneNote, which I know Tom spoke about earlier, but maybe Rachel would explain a little bit about how she used OneNote. So if you're ready.
Hi, James. Can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah, we can hear you
Great.
loud and clear.
So I'm going to share a tab here. I used OneNote while helping students during our drop-in. And I just kind of want to share how I used OneNote. So on the screen here is an example of a notebook called ST122. So this I used when I was helping with statistics. When I was giving support, it would have been ideal to have one of those Wacom tablets that James had, but I didn't have access to one. I only have a stylus like this. So I have a very cheap soft-tipped stylus that you typically use with a tablet or with a touchscreen phone. And so I didn't have a fancy whiteboard pen that I could use and write fluidly with. So my solution to this was I downloaded OneNote to my Samsung tablet, and I was able to draw on my Samsung tablet and it would appear on my laptop in real time. So here's just a very small video of how that worked. It was a little bit delayed, but it wasn't too bad. So I'm drawing on my tablet here and it's appearing on my screen. So this was how I got around not having a fancy tablet. I just had this stylus. Some other interesting things that I did in OneNote was I was able to import PDFs. So here's a PDF of our stats tables. And I was using this to help students look up Z-scores, and they were learning that. And you can highlight on PDFs, which I found really useful. So this is me helping a student to look up a certain Z-score. Other than that, I think it's everything about OneNote. Has been kind of talked about already. It's just a whiteboard that you can also type in. So that's all I'm going to say. Thanks for that, James. I'm going to stop sharing my.
Yeah, maybe when it disappears there. Mighty Rich, thanks a mil. I'm just going to go back to screen one. Yeah, terrific. So as Rachel mentioned there, one of the things we had intended to do or hoped to do, myself and Rachel are running study groups for computer science students who are doing maths in Maynooth University. So one of the things we had hoped to do or intended to do was to continue study groups online with those students. Our intention was to probably put them into private study groups, private groups like we have here. And as Rachel said, their OneNote is great for collaboration, as many people will know. So as a lecturer, a teacher, you can write on pages and students can write back immediately. And as we said here, if you've a private study group with your mates, in the tabs section up here, you can add apps. So you could add an instance of OneNote here, and everybody can contribute to that within Teams and write on it within Teams, which would have been great, only for, much like everybody else, our uptake was quite low, unfortunately. So we didn't get a chance to trial those, but maybe in future. So I suppose OneNote, like many other, or sorry, Microsoft Teams, like many other systems, is not without its issues as well. So issues we had were maybe quite bad quality. Some of our users who have poor internet connections, which is an issue with much of rural Ireland. If you're not in the city, like the guys from Australia, Sydney mentioned this morning, if you're out in rural areas, your internet connectivity can be poor or unreliable. And those students or tutors even who had poor internet experienced quite bad experiences with Teams, where something like Zoom seemed to work fine for them. Teams had quite bad quality. Latency issues were a major concern as well. Sometimes when I would be sharing a screen, say with Rachel or something, I would open a PDF and it wouldn't appear on her screen for quite a while, sometimes even 10 to 15 to 20 seconds. And I believe that's a Microsoft Teams issue as well, and not just a Wi-Fi one, but I would say it wasn't helped by the Wi-Fi. Another issue as well that we found with students and with guests particularly is within a meeting and within a team, you can see the other participants and you can also see their email addresses, and this can't be hidden, not that we know of anyway. So when we were, or if we were inviting guests into Teams, it might just open us up to some GDPR issues, which we would like to avoid. In terms of the student experience, much like much of the other people who are presenting this morning, we had quite low engagement. So we were also monitoring online forums on Moodle, which is our virtual learning environment. We were monitoring forums on there, and we were also running support on Teams here, and engagement was low across the board. And our study week, which was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, just before the exam started, we had about 100+ tutor hours available on Teams, where tutors were in meetings ready to answer questions. But of those 100+ tutor hours, we only got about 107 questions, which was extremely low for us. And about a third of our tutor sessions had no attendees whatsoever. But we did notice, and I think Evan had mentioned this in the YouTube comments a bit earlier, those students who did use it did have quite a positive experience, and did come back and did use it a lot. So if a student logged on to ask us questions or to get support, anecdotally, I guess, they usually came back again and asked more questions. So I don't know, a bit like you were saying as well, Mark, unfortunately, we don't have a silver bullet for what the issues were, what the problems were. And we don't know if it was on the student's end, was it an advertising end, what it may be. So I'd be interested to hear the results maybe from your survey later on, maybe to see if there's trends from elsewhere. I think that's pretty much it. I know I'm a wee bit ahead of time here, Mark, but I think that's pretty much it for what we have to say about Teams here.
That's great. No, that means potentially a longer break for everyone, which I'm sure they'll be appreciative of.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Right. So I will again come out of Teams. So I'll hang up on Teams now, and then we will log into Big Blue Button and answer any questions that people have. Great. Okay, so hopefully we're back now into Big Blue Button. Hopefully, James, you can still hear me.
Yes, can you hear me? I'm back.
Yeah, we can. Brilliant. So there's a lot of things kind of going through the text chat at the minute. I don't know if there's any specific questions. I think they're just generally notes and people talking back and forth to each other. But again, if anyone's got any questions, if you would like to log into Big Blue Button, and put your hand up, raise your hand, and then we'll be able to ask the questions to James and Rachel. But we'll keep an eye on the YouTube chat as well.
Yeah, great, super.
But yeah, I think just to comment on what you said just now, I've noticed with the students that I've been helping, it does seem to be once they've come in once, they come back. It does seem to be the same students using it over and over again. Perhaps they're perhaps they're a little bit nervous the first time that they come through, but then once they've used it, they realise what to do.
We kind of got that sense from our online forums as well, that if you post to an online forum that is maybe open to your whole class, that it's a bit like asking a question in a lecture. Students are maybe a bit afraid or a bit shy to maybe the dreaded stupid question, or you know, asking something that they may feel that they should know, despite the fact that you reassure them over and over again that it's okay to ask those types of questions. That I think anecdotally, or what we've heard back from students kind of informally, is that may have been a contributing factor.
There's a comment from Stephen saying you might want to mention that within OneNote there's a difference between Class Notebook, which has a wide range of functionalities for lecturing and tutoring, and a regular notebook. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah. So unfortunately, we didn't get to delve too far into OneNote. So maybe Stephen would know more about that than I do. I do know with Class Notebook, there are a lot of opportunities where, as a teacher, you can keep a grade book, you can share notes that students can't edit. You have a collaborative space that everybody can work in, and then you have kind of private sections within the one notebook. So if you had a OneNote for an entire class, I know many of my colleagues in second level education here in Ireland are using OneNote for their maths classes, where they can disseminate work to students that students can then submit back to them through OneNote. Unfortunately, that's not something we went into too much in Maynooth. I think Rachel mainly used OneNote as a kind of a whiteboard, and just as a useful space to import PDFs and things. So the Class Notebook is not something we haven't really gone down that rabbit hole too much, I'm afraid.
I think possibly the two questions in the chat from Sally at the bottom here in Big Blue Button are to do with what you were presenting. So can you allow join before host, or do students have to wait? And can you see other members?
Yeah, so you can see other members, and that is one of maybe the issues that we were talking about maybe with GDPR, but anybody in the meeting can see the other members that are in the meeting. In terms of join before host, I know any of the meetings I've set up, Sally, there's a required attendee, which is usually the person who starts the meeting. However, we did experience after meetings, after the host ended the meeting, anybody who clicked the link was allowed back into the meeting as well. So I think there may be an option there to join before the host, but anytime I've set up a meeting, I've specified that I am a required attendee, and then the meeting won't admit anybody until I'm in the meeting first, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that'll be useful for this afternoon when we've got breakout rooms in Teams, which I've organised. So yeah, people will just be aware that you'll have to wait until either myself or one of my colleagues from Coventry lets you into that particular room before you get in.
Yeah, and there's functionality within Teams as well that will allow students to start meetings. So what we may have done if we got the option was within their private channels, within their private areas, give them the ability to start their own meetings in there if they wanted to meet up and chat. But within maybe say the online support area, which is for tutors to maybe provide drop-in support, they would not be given the option to start their own meetings there. So you can restrict and permit those type of things per channel within a specific team. Which would also be quite useful, similar to the breakout rooms that you're talking about there.
Yeah, Gordon's got his hand up. I know he's typed into the chat, but Gordon, if you can speak, then obviously you can say your question rather than us reading out the question you've typed.
Hi, yeah. A previous tool I used a few years ago was called Starboard, and that seemed to offer what seemed to be an infinite whiteboard. But then if you try to save your scribblings as, say, a PDF, if you got too close to the edge of the screen or whatever, sorry, can you hear me all right? I've got a bit of feedback.
Yes, yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
But if you got too close to the edge of the screen or went too far down, it would then shrink everything until the text became illegible. Is there a similar issue with that, or can you save scribblings? Or
yes, I did experience a similar issue with Microsoft Whiteboard, where I was writing and thinking I was doing great work, and then when I exported it to PDF, 90% of the page was white space, and I had been down in a tiny corner. I did experience the same issue. All I did really in that case was export as a PNG or a picture and crop the image.
I see.
It's a bit of a workaround.
A lot of pages, that would be quite a bit of work doing individual cropping, I bet.
Yes, correct. I know with OneNote, I use OneNote 2016 on my Surface Pro, and when it exports to PDF, it will split them up via into different pages. So you can set the page size before you start writing, and then it will split them into different pages rather than this enormous PDF with tiny writing on it. Same thing with Whiteboard. Maybe there's a better workaround, but the cropping is kind of how I got around it.
Okay, thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Gordon. I've got a question from Eva there. I know she's connected, but she hasn't got a microphone.
That's fine.
So about using stuff, would they need to install anything to allow, I think that's students to use it? And a colleague's recommended to them OpenBoard, but I've not had time to investigate. Does anyone use it? You may not be able to answer that one. That might be a separate question. But do the students have to answer anything or install anything extra? I think is the question.
Yeah, so it's a really good question. In terms of Teams, no. When you're invited to a team, you can open meetings in a web browser. So if we were starting online supports, similar to yourself, Mark, where you have an online support like this open for a full day, we could share the link and students could join it within their browser. But there is an app, the Teams app, that students can download. And if you have an Office 365 account, it will be free for them. In Maynooth, because we kind of run off a 365 system, it's kind of, the students' emails are all integrated into it, if that kind of makes sense. So when I want to start a new team, when I add participants, I just have to search for a student's name and it'll pop up and I can add them very, very easily. Unfortunately, I don't know more about integration that way, but simple answer would be if you want to join a meeting, that can be done through a web browser without downloading anything. But for best functionality, I suppose they can download the Teams app for free as long as they have a Microsoft 365 account.
Brilliant. And then there's one last one, I think, there from Sally, just probably a follow-up from before. So I think she's asking whether you can see where the pages start. I don't know whether that's in relation to the whiteboard or whether that's to the documents that you're displaying, but...
So I'll answer both then. I suppose in terms of the whiteboard, Microsoft Whiteboard, usually what I did when I wanted to start writing was I scrolled through Whiteboard until it was obvious that I was at the edge of the screen. Usually you'll get some sort of resistance from scrolling when you get to the edge, and then I would start writing from there. In terms of the files that we upload onto Teams, when you open a PDF on Teams, it'll kind of open in a PDF viewer within Microsoft Teams, much like what I showed on the Wacom tablet there. So yeah, you can see at the start of you can see where the page starts there, but within the actual whiteboard, usually it took a bit of scrolling for me to find the top of the page, which is less than ideal. But again, it worked fine once you got to the edge of it.
Brilliant. That's great. I know some people are typing in the chat, but there might be a conversation between themselves here in the big blue button.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's anything else. There's nothing else coming up. People are answering their own questions as well on YouTube, so that's great. So we'll give everyone a little bit of a longer break. So thank you very much, James and Rachel. That's really, really been helpful. I know for us, we are using Teams a lot, and a lot of our colleagues are using Teams a lot at Coventry. So very useful to see how it can be used for support. Potentially, we might be asked to move away from Big Blue Button and go into Teams, so that's very useful for us. Thank you very much for that. That's great. So no problem. So we are now at the point for another break to give you a chance to stretch your legs and go get a tea and coffee. I should have said at the start that obviously refreshments are provided throughout the day, and they will be the best refreshments you've ever had because they're coming from your own kitchen. But please come back and join us at 1 o'clock. Again, if I could ask the next three presenters, so Jenny and colleagues, Monica and Noel and Peter, just to stick around so I can set everything up. But other than that, please join us again in about 20 minutes, 1 o'clock UK time, and we'll start again. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to get a nice drink or some food or refresh yourself, stretch your legs. We've got 3 more presentations now of different systems that people are using. And the first one is coming from Sheffield and from Jenny and colleagues who are using BB Collaborate. So I'm now going to pass over to them to present their system. Whenever you're ready, guys.
Okay, great. So I've closed down the YouTube, so I can't see what you're seeing. Can you see our Blackboard Collaborate screen?
Yeah, everything is working fine.
Excellent. So welcome everybody. We're just going to do a run through of what the tools that we've been using in Sheffield, mainly Blackboard Collaborate, and obviously, as with everybody else, it was a mad scramble to go online. And Sheffield, I guess like many other places, went online overnight because we had a staff test positive for COVID-19 on Sunday, the 15th of March, and on Monday, the 16th, they said, right, no more student contact from today. Luckily, we had already set up Blackboard Collaborate, so we had some systems in place. But then we needed a system for students to be able to sort of book an appointment because we felt that most, and for us to manage them. So we set up, I'm going to share, do some screen sharing now, share some content, application, screen to share. So these are just some slides that we, oh, there we go, slides I'm sharing. But so we set up an online booking form on a website for students to book. We had, you know, when they would be able to see a tutor, because we thought that we did have set appointment times, but with our tutors being all over, we wanted a lot more flexibility than we would normally have if people dropped into the centre or booked an appointment. So what we do is we get them to fill in this form, and then we add it to a spreadsheet, and a tutor looks at the student and their name and then contacts them and sets up an appointment that's mutually agreeable to both of them. And I think moving forward though, into next semester, we're going to go back to using our online booking form and having set times, but just as a workaround, this worked quite well to begin with. So what happens with Blackboard Collaborate is that we have 2 mechanisms in 2 different ways. We have a MASH diagnostic course that students can use, and we also have an organisation that was set up by our Student Skills Centre that students can use. So click onto here. We have what happens is if we go into the MASH diagnostic, you can click on create a session, and it opens up various windows and various options. So this is the choice. You can set the session date. Now the key thing on this is usually we just choose all the defaults, obviously choosing the start and end date and time depending upon whether it's a workshop, whether it's a one-to-one. If it's a one-to-one, we usually have a set end time, and the good thing about that is that our one-to-ones are half an hour for maths generally and an hour for stats. And if you've got a set end time, at the end of that time, that the session closes down, so you can't have a student that keeps saying and. So it's quite a useful break. But if we're running workshops that we run from one week to the next, leaving it as open-ended means that you can just use that same link each time. And there's, in terms of other session settings, generally we just leave these as they are. One of the keys is this participant role. So you can choose people's roles, whether a participant, a presenter or a moderator. We usually set it as participant. Then later on, if the student, that does mean though a student can't share anything. So if you change it to presenter, then they can share with you. And then moderator we just reserve for the team. So obviously as a moderator you can do lots. So we'll leave that. So that's, and then it comes up with various links that you can send to students. So there's a link for students to access the session. And then if they can't get sound to work, we have an anonymous dial. You have an anonymous dial in. You send them. So we send them both. So they can dial in on their phone, and they can use the link to look at the screen as well. So and when students click in, they see this main screen. Hope is going to talk about these buttons at the bottom in a short while, but I'm just going to mention these. So when students, if you click on this, it opens up a sort of dialogue, and the first one here is the chat page, which hopefully I think you've all got access to the chat, those of you that have logged in. I mean, if you all want to log in, that using the link that's on the YouTube channel, that'd be great, because we're going to show how the breakout groups work in a short while. And
the comment should be working. I think the link in the description. I think the link in the description might not be working, but the one in the comments should be.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So if you want to sort of log into our Blackboard session, then you can take part in the breakout groups, which should be yeah, just interesting for you, I think. And so we have the chat page, chat room, so people can chat in it, and we can also chat as moderators as well. I've got two screens, so there we go, that one. So as I said, with participants as well. So if you click on the second button, which participants, I can make people within the session. We can make them participants, presenters, and change them back. Different things. Then the share content button is the third button along. Yeah, so we can share content with people, share whiteboard, share application, share screen. And then when you click on the share, you have various options. So you share your entire screen, you can share an application, share Chrome tab. Now, one of the things with sharing in Blackboard we've found is that if you share a sort of an application or a tab, in order to share a different application or a different tab or whatever, you need to come out of the sharing screen back into Blackboard and then reshare. But we found that if you share a whole screen, you can then just drag things into that screen as and when you want to share, rather than coming in and out of Blackboard all the time. So for example, now if I was talking to a student and I wanted to come out of my PowerPoint but show them SPSS, for example, I've opened SPSS and I can just drag it into this screen and share it there. So there's no coming in and out of Blackboard in order to share. So that's quite useful. And again,
Jenny,
I think what we do now is hand over to Hope.
I was just going to say, just a second, the link that you posted in the chat seems to have disappeared. I don't know if you posted it in the Big Blue Button chat or the YouTube chat, but I can't see the link in the YouTube chat. So if one of you could post again in the YouTube chat the link,
yeah,
that would be.
I've just tried to post it again. I'm not quite sure why it's not working, but I'll try and.
Because you'll need obviously you need to have a login for YouTube to be able to post a comment. So as long as you've got a login for YouTube, if you haven't got a YouTube comment, a YouTube login, you won't be able to post a comment.
I'll try a different username. It should have worked. I'll try it now.
If not, you could post it in the chat here, and I could post it.
There you
go. Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, that's great.
If you want to, then you should be able to join us. I'll just post. There we go. Right.
And again, it doesn't. It doesn't seem to have come up. I can see it on your link. Pete's just sent me a link. I'll post it onto the description. To make it easier. For some reason, I think when you're posting a URL, it's not allowing it to post up. So I will paste it into the description that Pete's just sent in here. Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. So I'm going to stop screen sharing now, and I'm going to hand over to Hope, who's going to talk about groups. So, okay, Hope, over to you.
I'm just setting up my screen share now. So I'm going to demonstrate some of the features that we've been using when we've been doing workshops within Blackboard Collaborate. A lot of the functions obviously still remain the same. A lot of the things that Jenny spoke about, I probably don't need to speak about again. One of the main features is that if you're a moderator, you have different chat lines within Blackboard Collaborate. So there's a main feed that speaks to everybody, but you also have, if there's you and other people that are helping out in the session, there's a separate chat just for moderators, which you can use to coordinate everything that's going on. And if you choose to make everything into breakout groups, which we will do in a little bit, you'll see that depending which group you're in, you'll get extra chats added onto here corresponding to each breakout group. Whatever you post in those groups will only be seen by other people within that group. But this chat feed here that says everyone can be seen by everybody. I've set up some dummy people just to demonstrate some things in a minute. But on the left, you can record the whole thing. The only thing about this is that it just records what's in the main room. So if you're wanting to use breakout rooms for workshops and things like that, you have to keep the person who is recording in the main room, otherwise it doesn't record everything that's going on. So I think this is a little bit ahead of what's happening on YouTube because the stream has to catch up with what I'm saying in here. So apologies to anybody that is joining and is feeling a little bit like they're lagging behind. One feature that we do think is quite useful for workshops, but does have some drawbacks that I'll discuss in a minute, is this status icon. So right at the bottom, everybody has access to this, moderators, participants, presenters. You can indicate how you're feeling at any point during the session. So you might want to ask a question and see whether people have engaged with it, whether they understand what you've said, and they might say, oh, I'm happy about that. And if you look on this bottom bar where you can look at all the attendees, it shows up there. The thing that we did find is that whether you're a moderator or a participant, it shows up your response so everybody can see who has said what, which obviously does take away some of the anonymity, but you can always join a Blackboard Collaborate session under a false name if you choose to, so I guess there's one way around that. There's also icons for faster and slower if you think the person who's running through it is speaking a bit too fast or a bit too slow. Sort of quick polling, that sort of thing. Questions that aren't going to provoke too much of a emotional response from the people joining in. There's also agree and disagree. Now, these things stay up for 30 seconds when people have posted them, so it gives you time to read through everything that's going on. And you can also change your answer partway through. So if I put I'm confused and then suddenly, oh, actually, no, I do understand, I can say I'm happy again. Now, a couple of things that Jenny mentioned in terms of sharing whiteboard, sharing application, sharing files, might not necessarily use for workshops. I guess the idea is that people are probably less likely to share files amongst big groups of other students. But there's also a lot of other useful things. You can use polls, which is very useful. You can post a slide onto the main room and see if people want to pick between A, B, and C. You might want to make multiple choice for that. You can also do yes, no. So I did one earlier that was maths or stats, not maths or stats. Friday, that was the one that I put. I saw how people reacted to Friday, and it says that there's no response as yet. No one's clicked anything, and you can say yes or no. If you were a student, you could respond to that. So I'm going to respond yes on here. Go back to the screen that is presenting, and it shows up on there that they've responded. These ones are anonymous for the participants, so the students can't see who has responded with what. But if you're a moderator, you can see who's put yes or no or something like that. So that's really useful. I would say that this is probably more useful to use than the agree disagree on here if you're wanting to get students to answer without feeling like they're being judged for what they say, which I guess is a good way to support them. There's also a raise hand function. I think that was mentioned in other types of digital one-to-one stuff like this. That's quite useful. If you raise your hand, the moderator can then lower your hand if they think that they've answered their question. But that's useful as well. I think the main feature of Blackboard Collaborate that I think is the most used for workshops is the breakout groups feature, which we're going to test out in a little bit as well. So this is similar idea to on Zoom and Adobe and all those sorts of things. But you can split the participants into different groups, either randomly or you can do it as a custom assignment. And one of the best features I think about this, which we used in some engineering workshops we delivered this week, is that you can allow attendees to switch groups. So we had specific topics for which they could come and ask for help on, and they could join in a session. And once they feel like they've had enough help on whatever it is that they wanted to talk about, they could then move on to some other topic. Especially during exam periods, I think that's probably quite a useful application. Okay, so within these breakout groups, as I said, there's separate chats, there's separate attendee lists, and you can see, all of the students can see who is in which group, but the content that goes off within those groups is separate from everybody else. Okay, so I think we're going to trial some of the stuff that's that happens in breakout groups. Hopefully, we've got quite a few people through. Oh, one thing that I should say is that you can change the status of the people that are attending. So you can make them moderators, presenters. If you wanted a student to share some work, or if they wanted to share something, they could do. But if they were also causing any issues, you can remove them from the whole session. I accidentally did that to Pete earlier today. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. And we have some different breakout groups that we're going to test. You can feel free to move about. I think Pete's going to randomly assign people to them. And then we'll be able to discuss some pros and cons. And
we're randomly assigned and ready to go. So if you're in the Blackboard session in a second, you should see yourself being assigned into a room. Here we go.
Hi, Jenny.
Hiya.
Yep, we are the ones that are on the stream, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into breakout group 2. What's an ideal? There we go. I'm in that one. Oh, is that how I go to that one? Oh, I'm in that one. What's an ideal? Right. So with this, oh dear. Update. Right. We've got some. We're going to use a Jamboard. So what I might do is if I share, see if I can I share my Jamboard with you? No. Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Great. Hiya.
Yep, you're still here with us.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So how do I put into the chat for this? Okay, my in the group chat. So if you want to go to the link that I've just posted in the group chat. And this is quite a neat tool that we've got in Sheffield that we're using. So it's like an online pin board, which is a Google thing. If you want to go to the different links, let's have a look, see if I can put this onto screen 2. That Blackboard Collaborate, and I share my screen. Yeah, Share application, screen. Okay. Great. So there's the Jamboard. So if you want to click on the link and then just start adding things. So this is what would an ideal system look like. So you can just add post-its. What would it look like? Right. So feel free to start contributing to the Jamboard. There we go. So if you want to allow, or you can just use a post-it which is on the sticky note, so it's further down from the pen.
Yeah, I've just tried the pen with my tablet.
Yeah, no, the pen.
Yeah, just showing that.
It's easier to use the sticky notes, and you can colour code them as well. Okay. So if there's anything anybody else wants to add, so yeah, you can just read them out. Groups. Well, excellent. Yeah, so I want to just keep adding to it.
See, Peter's just asked me to make the link available if you're not in a breakout room. It's only just come up on the screen, so people can see what's going on anyway, and if they're in the room anyway, they'll be able to kind of type in and everything. So yeah, we'll just carry on as we are. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, you can, and yeah, anybody in the Jamboard can move things around, and you can colour code them. So,
so I think we can see there that the pen is pretty awful on there.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, no, I quite like the fact it's like post-its, because if you're having a discussion with students, I do get them to write post-its and stick them up.
Yeah.
And if you want, you can colour code them. Students' expressions. Yeah. I'm just going to add that into a post-it.
So just to confirm, people who are still watching in the stream, the Jamboards are within BB Collaborate, and the link for BB Collaborate is still in the description of the YouTube video. So if you want to come and join, you can, and then you should be able to see in the chats the different links within BB Collaborate. Yeah, so
you don't actually need to be in Blackboard Collaborate to access the Jamboards.
Yeah.
You just need the link. Yeah. I think so. No, I'd need to come out of this so somebody else is managing the main group chat. Yeah, I mean, so there's somebody said easy access for students, and what is good about Blackboard is that you can do it through a student, through a course, or you can just send the link like we've done, so students don't need to be logged in through the university system. The downside of having them not linked in through the university system is that we can't log attendance properly, which is a bit of an issue for us, because we want to obviously monitor. I think all members can clear the screen, so if somebody wants to clear the writing, see if you can manage it. But I think everybody has access to everything in Jamboard. Quite neat. Yeah, so if somebody wants to delete some of the not the post-its, but the writing, because I've deleted some, but does somebody else want to try? They can. Oh no, cleared it all. No, what happened?
Oh, seems to have disappeared.
Yes, I think somebody clicked clear frame.
Ah.
Oh dear, that's a shame. We lost everything. Oh no, there it is. Oh, let's come back. I wonder why that is. I think I might do a screenshot just in case. So in a minute we'll be yanked back into the main room, I think.
Yep. I would say we've got 5 minutes now, so we can go then for questions.
Yeah, right. I'll see if we can come back into the main room. Oh, so Karen Henderson cleared it and pressed.
Ah, confessing.
Excellent. Yes, well done. Right, we can start the breakout groups. Yeah. Oh, it's all quite fun, isn't it? Storing all of this. Right. So if anybody wants to add anything more, then we'll just, before we go, what we'll do is we will share what's on the Jamboards with everybody as well, because we've got the other 2 Jamboards. One was on what's good about Blackboard, and one's what could be improved about Blackboard.
That's great. Yeah. If they take screenshots and send them to me, then I can add it into a file of things. Yeah.
Sorry to cut discussions off, but we're getting near the end of the session, so I've stopped the breakout rooms.
Perfect. Okay, guys, is there anything else you want to ask us, or well, show us, I should say?
Have we lost Jenny?
Yeah.
I think we might. Jenny was having a bit of problem with her internet connection earlier today, so we may have lost her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Jenny, was there anything else to add? Sorry, Hope, was there anything else to add?
So we tested out some of the captioning. There was a comment that you could make one of the people in the group into a captioner. So instead of turning them into a presenter or a moderator, they could be providing captions for whoever's presenting. Chetna said that there's also automatic captioning somewhere, but we haven't found out where that is. It'd be quite interesting if anybody does know how to get onto the automatic captioning. Just in general, that would be a good piece of information to share about. But as I say, we're not sure where to find that.
I'm sure.
Is there anything else?
I was about to say, I'm sure us as the Sigma steering group, we use the BB Collaborate for our meetings, so I'm sure someone within there will be able to help you with that question.
Yeah.
I think it's in the settings. I think I turned it on the other day by mistake.
So I've got a link at the top here that says closed captions. Do you want to use them, yes or no?
Well, I think that's still Anna acting as captioner.
So there seem to be some people that were struggling to move rooms. I'm not sure whether there was something going on there, but I did see people moving around, which, yeah, I'm not really sure what happened.
Do you have to be moved by somebody who has moderation for privileges?
You don't have to be moved by the moderator. I think we've done this with smaller sessions before, so we've had about 15 or 20 people, and the more people there are in it, the harder it is to see the button to move the room. So I think that's perhaps what we were coming up against with 33 people now. There is a way you can move rooms yourself, but it's a little bit difficult to see with over 30 people in it. It turns out
might be worth leaving the room open over lunch, and people could maybe log in and kind of try things and ask questions then, if you guys are happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah, three will still be here, so.
Great.
Yep.
And just to add in from me, apologies about the link on YouTube. We changed the links into bit.ly links to make them a little bit more readable, and it turns out YouTube didn't want those posted in the comments, but I couldn't see that it wasn't posting them in the comments, so I was frantically posting it and reposting it. That was what the problem was.
And now you see the benefit of having 3 screens from someone like me who's actually presenting everything, because I've got to see everything that's going on. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, thank you very much for that. I don't know if anyone has got any questions to ask right now. We've got about a minute or two. Maybe if you're within BB Collaborate or in the YouTube stream, if you'd like to ask some questions, we've got a minute or two now to answer some questions. Like I say, we in the Sigma steering group use this for our meetings. I'm sure that people within there will be able to pass on their wisdom, who actually use this on a daily basis, to you guys and to anyone else who's using it as well. So it is used a lot.
We've got a hand up from Stephen.
Hi.
Hiya.
Having just played around a little bit with Collaborate, it seems like everything's very on the fly. Like assigning breakout groups, doing quizzes, you kind of have to do that all in real time, am I right? You can't set up anything in advance. Which seems to me like you kind of need more than one person to be running the thing to kind of help out. Is that your experience? Like that it's really more than a one-person job doing that with Collaborate?
It's an interesting point, that. I think that's probably fair enough, but I like that in some contexts, though, that you can do things on the fly, whereas otherwise you might have had to set it up beforehand. You can do it a little bit in advance, but I think you're probably right. That's probably fair enough that it's built for doing it as you go. What do you think, Hope?
Yeah, the breakout rooms is probably the only feature that you can set up early on. But I think that does make for a really good adaptive type workshop if you don't really have so much of a plan and you sort of base it on how the students are reacting to what's going on. I find it useful for that sort of thing, but as you say, maybe not for setting up things well in advance. You can upload files in advance, so if you wanted to share PDFs and things like that, you're able to do that. But as you say, polls and that, they are set up on the spot.
There is a question on the YouTube stream, just to pick up on there. Someone's asked, what's the best whiteboard to use with Blackboard Collaborate?
So on Blackboard, there is a built-in whiteboard, which I think works fine. If you have so someone's asked, you can have a grid but not a straight line. I think that you can have a straight line. I think there is a feature to do that. But yeah, I don't have so much experience with other types of whiteboards because I have mostly just used the one that is built in. The students are able to interact with that if you make them if you let them. So yeah.
Someone's got their YouTube stream going, so if they can mute that because we're getting feedback. But I think a couple more people have got some questions. Got the hands up. So Tom, I can see, has got one, but I don't know if you can see anyone else.
I can see Lois.
I actually wanted to say hello to Stephen and answer partly his question about setting things up. So what I have done for more of a lecture thing is you can, within Moodle, you have to kind of set the times. So if you're in a course, as far as I can see, you have to set the times for your room, but you can cheat by opening it for now and uploading things, and then while you hide it from the students, and then set it for the time you actually want it to be open. So that is a way of uploading stuff and setting up some things in advance, but possibly not everything.
Yeah.
My comment was just it sounds very similar to the way that the Big Blue Box breakout rooms work as well. You can create them on the fly. You can randomly allocate people to rooms, and you can also set time limits on them, so that after a quarter of an hour or something, all breakout rooms dissolve and you end up back in the main room.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be using this afternoon later on, and that's how we've been doing it at Coventry, is setting up those breakout rooms on the fly and setting a time limit. So yeah, good. Right, I think we'll hold it there for questions because we've got to move on to our next presenters. So thank you very much, guys from Sheffield. That was really interesting, really good to get people coming into the room and trying it out. One of the few, obviously, systems that we're allowed to have the number of people that we've got watching in the room at the same time. So as I said, I'm sure they'll be happy to leave the room open. So I'll leave the link in the YouTube stream open so that over lunch, perhaps, which is about an hour's time, you can come back in, have a play around and have a chat to the guys there, but obviously allow them to have their lunch as well. So yeah, that will be good. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to move on now then. So I'm going to disappear from BB Collaborate, and our next one is in Skype. So we're actually going to go on the full kind of system here and actually go through the dialing up and everything. Fingers crossed this works. So these are the guys from Brunel, so Monica and Noel, and I'm now going to call, and hopefully this will now work. So here we go. Oh, gone unavailable. Call declined. We'll try again. Hello.
Hello, Mark?
Hi, Monica. Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Lovely.
Perfect.
I just need to tell my colleague that he can phone me as well.
Perfect.
I hope because he wasn't too sure when to phone. And hopefully that will work. Just bear with me 1 second. I might help him with my email. You might see if that's worse.
Okay. Yeah, you're just coming across a little bit quiet. I don't know if you can turn up your microphone.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sure.
That's
Is
it.
it
That's
better?
great. That's perfect. Yeah, thank you.
I think he wanted to phone at 1:30, but we are still on. I think that's fine. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Noel.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, we're live
So
streaming now.
Lovely.
Excellent. So
We can start.
You
without
can
breaking-
start. Yep. We're live streaming, so whenever you're ready.
okay. I've got a terrible echo going on somewhere. So let me just.
You've probably got either YouTube open or Big Blue Button. So if you just want to mute those.
Okay. So is that better? Can you hear me well?
Yep, I can hear you absolutely fine.
Okay. So I'm going to. Hi. Okay.
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. It's all good.
You can hear me loud and clear. Okay, that's all good. Okay, so I just need to share my screen. So I'm going to start sharing my screen now. Okay.
That's great.
Can you see that?
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay, lovely. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Noel Parnis, and together with Monica Hess, we'll be talking a bit about Skype and Collaborate for various scenarios for teaching maths and statistics. So just to get started, what we will talk about is I'll give a brief overview of the Ask service and the role of the Statistics Academic Advisor, and we'll describe a bit about what we've taught so far, what's our teaching been in terms of online teaching, and then we'll talk a bit more in detail about the platforms, particularly Blackboard, which we've already heard about, and in particular Skype. And then we'll draw some conclusions and try to summarize. We'll have a demo of the Skype call, and we'll do that in collaboration with Monica. And at the end, we'll have some time for Q&A, I hope. Okay, so just to introduce the Ask service. So Brunel is a university just outside London in Uxbridge, for those of us who are not in the UK. It has three main colleges, one for business and social studies, one for physical sciences, and the other one for health and life sciences. The Ask team, the Ask stands for academic skills. The Ask team, we support students with their writing and learning. We also do support of statistics, which is basically myself and Monica. And we also do mathematics. We have one advisor who is specifically dedicated to mathematics. There's also in the Ask team a small team of two or three people, some of them are part-time, looking at transition projects. Okay, so helping students to transition, for example, into university life from when they come into university. But we're focusing here on the skills advisors. So the skills advisor, we do our job in various things, various forms. So we run central workshops, so particularly for statistics, for example. We also do in-school teaching, so we work in tandem with lecturers from the various departments, and we typically go in and do either one or a series of lectures on statistics or particular topics in statistics. We have our office hours where we are we'll just let students to drop in and talk to us, and then we also have one-to-one appointments, which we'll see a demo of in a minute. Basically, where the student asks for some help, and we'll sit down with them and do a session with them. Now, obviously, all of this has changed since the lockdown. You see, there was a lot of elements of being physically there. That's no longer happening, and therefore, very quickly in March, we had to devise ways how to do all this in a virtual way, right, remotely. We also, in addition to this, we also run events. Okay, so we have things such as what's called Master's Dissertation Week. So these are particular weeks in the calendar where we are focused on helping students, for example, on the master dissertation. So where we have workshops specifically organized on the topic, and students, master students who are interested would attend. We similarly have an undergraduate dissertation week. We have what's called an Ask Week, which happens twice a year, and we have a Maths Cafe. So Maths Cafe is an interesting concept, is where students can come in and study in a big area which we create for them, and there will be tutors walking around. So if the student has a problem, they just put their hand up, and someone can help them. Now, of course, trying to do this remotely has presented its challenges, and I will mention a bit some ideas that we've looked into to address this. So what have we done so far for remote teaching and support? So we've had Master Dissertation Week. This was actually the first event that we had to organize remotely. So very quickly, within the space of a week, we had to prepare everything to be done online rather than physically. What we did is we in statistics, we had 3 or 4 sessions during this week. And what we did is we delivered these online. Okay, so typically we had, 6 to 10 students attending. So we typically delivered these online, but we had the backup with PowerPoint recordings in case something went wrong because this was the first time we were using the online systems. But luckily things went well and we didn't even need to use the backups. The next challenge we had was Maths Cafe, okay, where, as I explained what the physical concept is, trying to run that remotely. I will explain a bit later how we did that. And we also had some in-school teaching to do. We had revision classes with the engineering as the exam period was coming up. We had revision classes with the social work students as well. We had a varied array of challenges to look at. And with all this, of course, we had to keep up with the one-to-one appointments. Students that have been used to just sitting down with us had to get used to a different way of doing one-to-ones. We'll discuss a bit the benefits of Collaborate and Skype for each of all these different types of sessions. So first of all, for BBI Collaborate to deliver lectures, I think we've had a lot. We've heard a lot about that. I'm just showing there a picture of, for example, what delivering a slide looks like, and on the side is a list of all the students that are present. We used the share screen feature a lot to share our slides, and we also used the share screen to use a whiteboard from OneNote. So there I'm showing, for example, a picture of the whiteboard. That's actually my handwriting. So with OneNote, you can actually have a typed question, as someone already pointed out earlier, and then you can write the answer underneath whilst discussing it with the students. Some advantages for this, of course, students can log in through the module page. They don't need to have a guest link. They will. So that means that that they will log in with their registration name rather than any name that they choose. The screen share allows us to use OneNote very well, and private chat. There's the private chat option, allows students to raise questions and comments privately. So I think someone hinted on this already. There might be this feeling with students that they are shy to ask the stupid question, so they can ask the question in confidence using private chat, and that would be dealt with then either confidentially or dealt with in front of the whole class. The disadvantages: with our system, we could only be seeing 4 students at a time. Of course, we have asked students to switch off the video for bandwidth reasons, but we think that could have been a limitation. For large groups, I think this has been hinted already previously as well, we found that you need a second moderator to help, either for gathering the questions which come up via the chat, or for looking at people who raise their hand. Once you get a sizable group, we thought that you would need someone, a second one, to be helping you. And the whiteboard of Collaborate we found to be quite limiting. It is quite small as a writing area, and if you use the rubber, it would delete the whole board. Although there is a way how to delete individual items, but it is quite cumbersome. So that's overall our comments on Blackboard for lecturing. We use Blackboard, as I said before, to run Maths Cafe. Okay, and what we did here is we used the breakout rooms, which we have been trying out in the past few minutes. So what we did is that we would advertise a link for a particular session during the day. We say the session is running from, I don't know, 10 to 12 and 2 to 4. So there's a link advertised for those sessions, and the student who needs help would just simply log into that link. They are then met with someone who we call, for want of a better name, we call them the receptionist. The receptionist then understands what the student needs, and then the receptionist will pass them on to the tutor. Now the tutors are allocated in breakout rooms, so each tutor is in their own breakout room, and therefore the discussion, once you move the student into the breakout room with their tutor, the discussion is private. Okay, and we also created a waiting area, so just in case a student wants to see a particular tutor who is already in session with another student, they could wait in this waiting area. So it's the breakout feature in Blackboard is very powerful here, and I think it's a big advantage that you can actually do it on the fly. So you can allocate students to breakout rooms on the fly, and I think that was a big advantage for us here. Okay, so I'm showing here the poster that we used. Very quickly, we had to advertise this because it was in April, so it's just about a month after the lockdown started. And we had to create a new poster, we had to create a concept. And again, we think that the flexibility that Blackboard provides was excellent. Some of the disadvantages, the key one is that it requires someone to welcome students and switch them to the appropriate tutor. And of course, the tutors need to have the appropriate technology, as we've been discussing all morning, right, today. And that's not always the case, by the way. And of course, students have to have a reliable internet connection as well. And we also use Collaborate. We could use Collaborate to run one-to-one sessions. I'm going to go through this very quickly because I want to get to the Skype. The key disadvantages here are that most students are not familiar with the interface. There has been some hesitation with students, and there's limited support. There's limited support to internet browsers for Blackboard. It's best used under Chrome, and you can only be sharing. Only one PC can be sharing at any one time. Okay, so the important thing for us in this session is that we have also used Skype for one-to-one sessions. So how do we do this? How did we do this? Is that students would set up an appointment with us just by sending email to our Ask inbox. We have a Skype account which we're using now, right? Which we're using right now for statistics support. That Skype account, we advertise it to the students, and then at the set time, the student would simply call that number, and the session can start. We use the share screen facility to show SPSS or Excel, for example. If you have a second PC which you can share in as well, it would be good, so that you can have on one PC projecting the application, on another PC you can have visual contact with the student, or a whiteboard. The key advantage that we saw on this is that if we used Skype for one-to-one appointments, that means we were freeing up capacity and bandwidth on Blackboard. Okay, so we understood that Blackboard was having some problems with capacity in these times of high demand. So this was one way of freeing some capacity away from Blackboard and using Skype for the one-to-one sessions. Other important point is that students are very comfortable with Skype, and obviously Skype does not require a license. Okay, but for most institutions that's not an issue. The disadvantages we had in this approach is that the account that we have is not a business account. Students trying to use their Brunel account, that is a business account, and therefore they were not able to call this account. So we had to tell them to be using their personal account to do this. There is a way of connecting business to personal accounts in Skype, but it seems it's a bit too complicated for students to understand that. So the first time, at least, we had to get them to call us from the personal account. So now what we'll do is we'll demonstrate a situation, a typical one-to-one session using Skype. The situation here is that a student is asking for some help on correlation in SPSS, for example. The student has already sent their data file to the advisor, okay, and therefore they're ready to start discussing their data with the advisor. So now I'm going to hand over to Monica, and I will play the part of the student, and Monica will play the part of the tutor. Monica, I now stop sharing, and it's over to you. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Noel, for that, and I hope you can all hear me. Yeah, that's fine. Lovely. So as Noel said, Noel will play the part of a student, whereas I'm going to play the part of the stats advisor. And what I'm going to do, I will say, hello, Noel. We are going to pass your data set that you already emailed me. I will add here that normally, in case students can't email beforehand the data set, they can just share it during the appointment. But in terms of saving some time, we prefer them to email beforehand with any wishes they might have. So I'm going to share the data set that you sent me. Is this the data set that you sent me, Noel? Just to confirm.
Yes, it is, Monica. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay.
We're not seeing the screen, Monica. Have you shared?
I am sharing. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes. Yes, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Lovely.
Okay.
So just to confirm, Noel, you mentioned that you're interested in a correlation between age and well-being. And just to confirm, age is desirable over here, and then you have well-being over here, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And we already discussed previously that your data was normally distributed, and because you're working with scale variables, we agreed that you're going to run a Pearson correlation, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so then I'll just show you how to run one. I would like to mention here that we try to promote independent learning at Brunel, but even when we email YouTube links or video links to students, they still want us to show them how to do it. I think it's either lacking experience in using SPSS or it's because of the lack of confidence. So we're still working on that. So be surprised that they still like to be even master students, which is quite interesting. So Noel, for in order to run a correlation, you have to go under Analyze, and then you have to select Correlate, and then you have to select Bivariate. Can you see this on your screen?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Now, some students like to take a picture of a screen with their mobile phones, whereas some other ones like to take notes. So Noel, if you want to do either of these, please let me know, and then
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, actually. I'll take the pictures. It's much easier.
now, once you've done that, once you click on Bivariate, all you have to do is select your variables of interest. So we have age, and then we have well-being. And as we agreed, we're going to run a Pearson correlation, and you can see SPSS is already selected this by default. So all you have to do is click OK, and before we do this, we establish we're going to run a 2-tail correlation, only because you don't know the direction of your relationship, right?
Correct. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
So once you run that, you'll get an output on your screen. Hopefully you'll be able to see it.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. And we'll stop here with a demonstration. But what I was saying, normally we carry on and explain to students how to the output, and in some cases we even have pictures around how to do it. So unfortunately, fortunately, with students as Brunel, we have to go through all the process A to Z with them because they feel more comfortable. So what I'll do now, I'll go back into the PowerPoint presentation because we still have a couple of slides to go through, and I'm aware of the time as well. So can you see this now?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
So I'll try to make it bigger. Right. So some of the challenges we had is that in terms of teaching maths and statistics, and in terms of technology, we need to be able to write on a whiteboard and preferably have some tools, and to be able to run as an advice. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. And some of our challenges, as you mentioned before in the morning presentations, were around student engagement. We still don't know how much we get out of these online sessions. So probably in the future we should run like a poll everywhere, or maybe some other surveys to get more feedback from students. And what we learned so far is that we cannot just replicate what the students across the online environment. So we need to consider how we can work more with breakout rooms, for example, in terms of group discussions, and how we can use raising hands and polling, so we can engage students online teaching. However, we found Skype as being enough in terms of running one-to-one groups, and actually Skype is what we used to run before the lockdown. Once we got into the lockdown, we moved to BBL Collaborate for workshops and bigger group discussions. But we're still using Skype as a backup for one-to-one appointments. And I will add here that we use Microsoft Teams for meetings. So basically, at Brunel, we try to do everything. And we just acquire the license for Zoom as well. So this. So just to sum up everything, we've been using BBL, especially for workshops and large groups of students, and we still use Skype as a second point of call for one-to-one sessions. So with online teaching, we've seen a lot of challenges and opportunities, and we need to see work with see how we can better engage students in the future in terms of online teaching. Especially that moving into the new academic year, we are going to have a combination of remote learning with on-campus learning. Obviously, these two are going to happen at the international and national level. So we say thank you for taking part in this presentation, and I think we are going to join the call on Skype, and we are going to join the big blue button in case you have any questions over there.
That's great. Thank you very much, guys. I will log out of Skype, and as you said, we'll join on Big Blue Button. We do have a question straight away, so as soon as you're there, I will ask you that question. So let me just end the call. Brilliant. Okay, so just wait for them to appear in Big Blue Button. They'll need to log in. Apologies for the sound there. I think there was just a bit of a poor connection. Hopefully it'll be slightly better on Big Blue Button. I'm not sure, but hopefully you managed to get the majority of that presentation there. But if you've got any questions, as usual, if you'd like to log in to Big Blue Button, Monica, I can see you're in. Can you hear me, Monica? You are connected. But for some reason we can't hear you talking. I don't know if you're trying to talk, Monica.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Ah, yes, there we go. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
That's great. So maybe you could answer the first question while Noel's just logging in. That's come in the stream from Anthea. Could the student have the option to record the session?
I think we just looked at it. I think the other day, and there is an option to record it. Yes. So the answer is yes. We haven't recorded any, but when we looked yesterday at it, we could see there was an option to record even in Skype.
Brilliant. Noel, have you got anything to add to that? We were just asking if people could record.
No, as Monica said, we just saw that yesterday, and yes, students do have the option to record their session if they want to.
Brilliant. James has joined. He's got his hand up. So James, if you want to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah, thanks a million, guys. I'm just wondering, how did you find engagement with the Maths Cafe
Right. Okay.
online compared to your usual face-to-face provision?
Okay, so I'll take this, Monica, because I was involved in the Maths Cafe. So the attendance, we realized the attendance for Maths Cafe, I think, to be honest, there was only one word to describe it, which was very poor. And compared to previous years, it was a drastic drop in the number of students and in the number of sessions that we had. So what we realized is that, I think this was mentioned before as well this morning, those who came kept on coming. Okay, so they seem to have liked it, but it seems that not many students knew that we could actually run something similar to Maths Cafe in a virtual mode, in an online mode. And that's one of my theories why I think there was such little engagement this year. Another reason for that would possibly have been that most of our attendees to Maths Cafe would be first years, perhaps a bit of second years, but as students progress into third and fourth years, they tend to need less help. And in this year's, the first year, most of the first years did not have exams in Brunel. So that seriously cut off a big chunk of our potential market, so to speak, for the Maths Cafe. But it's worth exploring, I think, reasons why students are not engaging that well.
Yeah, that was really helpful. Thanks, Million.
Yeah. Thanks, James. So Teresa's asked a question in the chat. For the one-to-one stat support sessions, she switched to asking students to share their screen and how they work on SPSS while I walk them through the steps. Found that they appreciate to do the analysis actively rather than be passive observers. Are there reasons that you prefer to share the screen as the tutor and do the analysis while the students watch?
Oh, I can answer that. Actually, we can do it both ways. So we do actually, how Teresa mentioned, sometimes we let them share their own screen, and then we do guide them through the analysis, and sometimes we show it to them. So actually, we go both ways, I would say.
Brilliant. Okay, fantastic. That's great. So it's just looking at the time, just a little bit over. So I think we'll hold it there for the questions. But again, I'm sure Noel and Monica will be available to answer questions if you've got any more at some point. But thank you very much, guys, for that. Thank you for taking us through an example. That was really useful. Thanks a lot. And we're now going to move on to our last presentation of a system, which is, funny enough, by YouTube. So I'm sure Peter is now about to tell me all the things I've been doing wrong since the start this morning. But hopefully this will work. I noticed that there's a 1 here saying that he's done something. There's a notification, so I'm hoping that there'll be something available to stream. But I can't see anything at the minute. Let's just see if there's anything on the videos. Live now. Here we go. Yep. Hopefully, I can make this large and we can play it. Let's unmute it. There's a notification, so I'm hoping. Peter, there we go. He's going to. I can hear the YouTube stream that we've been doing in the background. So, Peter, if you want to, when you hear this,
refresh.
Yep. We've got the lag, unfortunately. Live now. Here we go. Yep. Hopefully, make this large. Play it. Peter, there we go. He's going to. I can hear the YouTube stream that we've been doing in the background. So, Peter, if you want to, when you hear this.
Refresh. Okay, yes, it looks like it sort of works, although I'm just testing the lag. So, and that's quite interesting. Oh gosh, it's about half a minute lag. Yes, you are absolutely right. So if people don't like that lag, please head over to my channel PK11 Kent on YouTube, where this also takes place, where the lag is about 1 to 2 seconds. I am in a really funny position because I see the live stream of a live stream. It's a little bit like, almost like a mirror in a mirror. So that's quite interesting. Perfect. Wonderful. So just a quick check for those people who are on the live stream. Can you actually hear me? Does that work?
I can hear you, Peter, but I will assume that there will be a 30-second delay.
Do I get something here? 6 people are watching. Oops. Yeah, okay. 11 watching now. Good, that's great. And the numbers are going up, I guess. So I wait a little bit for people to head over. Okay, good. Yes, we can hear you. Fantastic. This is the live stream. Excellent. Brilliant. So I will stay on that for the time being. Good. So let's get started. And let me get started with asking you whether you might be worried about face-to-face teaching and online delivery at the same time, which basically would double your workload, doesn't it? Or are you concerned that students might not get the same experience? They get different experience depending on whether they attend a face-to-face session or whether they do online stuff. Perhaps you are scared that you need to use complicated technology, which by default doesn't work all the time. Do you have these concerns? give me a thumbs up in the comment section. Because if you do, then perhaps live streaming of lectures, of teaching sessions to YouTube is something you might be interested in. And I'm incredibly grateful to Mark for organizing this fantastic conference. I'm really appreciate that I can share some of my experiences with live streaming of lectures. Now, the whole thing started a few years ago when James, a student on the autistic spectrum, told me that he is thinking about dropping out of university because it just simply does not work for him. He doesn't get anything out of lectures. Lectures are confusing. There are too many people in there. The voices are too loud, and he just simply can't cope with it. And of course, James is not just one student. We know that there are considerable numbers of students who, for one reason or the other, are unable actually to attend physical teaching sessions. And as I said, there might be a number of different reasons for that. So there could be commuters, there could be all sorts of things. So my thought was, how can I actually support students who cannot be physically present in a lecture to get something out of the teaching session? I didn't want to lose James. And the funny thing is, rescue came in the form of my then 12-year-old son Sebastian, who introduced me to live streaming and online gaming. And I thought maybe this is something that I can use. Now, I am a huge proponent of the good old chalk and talk. So in a lecture, in a face-to-face lecture, I would usually hook up my iPad to the screen on the lecture, in the lecture theatre. I scribble on it, do explanations, and the students can see what's going on. But how can I transfer that into the online world so that students, wherever in the world they are, maybe next door, maybe in campus accommodation, maybe in a Starbucks in Kuala Lumpur, that they get a similar experience? And then I thought, actually, think about it, writing on my screen, scribbling on it, talking, it's not at all totally different to playing an online, well, if you like, lecture game. So let's see if we find some useful software for that. So I usually use an iPad. I want to point out I'm not affiliated with Apple and I don't get any money from them, although, you know, I might ask them. You can use any tablet, and I can stream whatever I do on my tablet, on my iPad screen to YouTube. And then the students either at home or wherever in the world they are, or also the students in class in a face-to-face session see exactly the same thing, because what I do in a face-to-face session is I just simply put the live stream on YouTube up on the lecture theatre screen. And I discovered that the lag with a decent internet connection, the lag is about 1 to 2 seconds. And that is something I certainly can deal with. So that's not a big problem. Now, what is the software that I use? The whole thing really needs to be very simple. I don't want to stress out with a complicated setup just before I go into a face-to-face session. And luckily, there are quite a number of streaming platforms that offer apps for exactly this purpose, for gaming, if you like. And the lectures, the teaching sessions, the face-to-face, they are exactly what they are. The gaming sessions. So my current favorite is this Omelette Arcade app, but there are also other streaming apps and platforms. For example, there is one called Streamlabs. There is one, the U Recorder, something like that. You just simply connect to this online gaming platform, and they allow you to not just stream to the platform like Omelette Arcade games, but also you can stream to YouTube and Facebook. And these platforms the students are absolutely familiar with. And in order to start this live stream, all I need to do really is swipe down on my screen and start the live stream. Press the Start Broadcast button. It usually is quite helpful. It usually is quite helpful if you turn the microphone on. Occasionally that there are some issues. Now, Gordon is asking, does your university have to approve posting of videos to lectures? That's an interesting question, because I was told actually that, well, the university does not use as an official provider for YouTube. But then also the senior management said, but if it works, hey, why not? Sounds great. So, well, and yes, I do have my own YouTube channel because I create Khan-style tutorials, as I will mention in a moment. So I use this Omelette Arcade or the U Recorder to stream to YouTube. What do I use as my whiteboard? Now, there are loads of useful applications out there. My preferred one is this one here, Notability. And actually, what you see currently on the screen is Notability. I could, yes, I can see your comments. Unlisted, I can make it unlisted, but that's too complicated. I'm a really great believer in open educational resources, and therefore I'm quite happy to stream publicly. If somebody wants to watch it and listen to my ramblings, hey, they are more than welcome. Well, if the university is not top happy about it, well, please come up with other alternatives that are what I would say to the university, which are as easy to use and useful. But I don't want to go into political discussions. So I use Notability. Notability is great because, for example, I can prepare something in PowerPoint or Keynote. I can import that into Notability. I can zoom. My slides are in Notability, although I don't do slides in lectures. I really like to write on the screen because it puts the lecturer and the students at the same pace. Now, if you are really interested in how to set up an iPad or, let's say, a Galaxy or something like that, here I've set up a website that talks you through the setup procedure, and you can scan it. And yes, I know students in China, they will not be able to access YouTube. However, what I can do is there is also an option to stream via Panopto if I really must. But I will come back to that in a minute. So here is a setup guide, how you can set up a live stream from a tablet through Omelette Arcade directly to your YouTube channel. This is basically what the students will see. Here we did a discussion of a t-test and things like that, so you would hear it. I don't need to tell you about the live stream because you are already in it. Here's the chat function, and people are doing... Yes, I know it's it doesn't work for people who don't have a barcode scanner, and I promise you I will put the link for the setup then later on into the live chat. So no worries, it will all be given. So, but thank you for this comment. So interesting is that, well, I like to talk to students in the lecture. I ask loads and loads of questions. The students then also occasionally ask questions, but we all know that quite a number of students are a little bit shy when it comes to interaction, at least in a face-to-face session. However, I found that very often in the chat sessions,
You seem to have a bit of a streaming issue here. I'm just going to see if I can refresh.
it looks like there is more interaction going on in these chat sessions than in the face-to-face sessions. So it's more interactive. Other benefits of the live streaming that I've encountered is they're cheap, they're really easy to use, they're scalable. I don't care whether there are 5 or 5,000 students in my lecture. What I do care about is it really empowers the students. It gives them a choice. And that is really, really important. The students can choose whether they want to attend a session in person or whether their circumstances are such that they can't attend or they don't want to attend. It gives them the choice. And it can be used for students, let's say on placements, apprenticeships, students who are unfortunately in self-isolation, commuting students, carers, or students with caring responsibilities. They all can be present in a session and participate and see what's going on. And students said to me, actually, it gives me a sense of belonging. It gives me a sense of being part of an academic community. And I thought that's absolutely great. So here are a few comments from students. And I let you have a look at them. So very clearly they have some preferences, students. They prefer to work in a quieter environment. Are great when I'm too overwhelmed. And let's not forget, a lot of students have this sense of, oh my God, there are 120 PowerPoint slides. Where do I start with it? This student here is really interesting because he attends the face-to-face session, but he has a visual impairment. So he is watching in the face-to-face session the live stream on his tablet because the tablet is exactly set up to his requirements. So it takes care of the individual needs of students. This one is an interesting one, and more accessible to YouTube compared to Moodle. And quite a number of students told me that. So, yes, we can stream through Moodle and Panopto. But what we can also do is, because it is YouTube, all the sessions are actually recorded on YouTube. So what I can do is I can download YouTube and put it directly on Moodle, or put a link to the YouTube video after it has been recorded onto Moodle. So students don't really miss out on it. Took a lot of stress away. Some students told me they really like to turn on the automatic closed caption, ACC, in YouTube, especially if they are non-native speakers. And they use that for revision purposes. I have a student who has a hearing impairment, and she says usually lectures are not very accessible to her, but with the closed caption in YouTube, which are automatically generated, she can actually participate and listen to the lectures. Now, when I started the project, people asked me, yeah, it's all good, but what about the attendance in your lectures? Is the attendance not going down? Actually, of course the attendance is going down. This is by design. I want students actually to make a choice, to have the power to say, yes, I'm not going to the lecture, I am watching at home. So my cohort is 250 students, and from the extensive analytics on YouTube, well, 163 plus minus 25 also are watching, so it's a good coverage. I don't know whether they are all my students. There are some interlopers, but fair enough, that's not a problem. Interesting is the average length of watching is well, around 20 minutes, and that is quite interesting. We know that the average attention span of a student and a lecturer, i.e. me, no, my attention span is shorter than 20 minutes, is not full hour. So maybe we can do something better with that. Attention span, yes. Attendance going down, but a colleague of mine tried this approach and was looking at how do students respond. Now, this colleague in the Kent Business School made the observation, yes, the attendance goes down, but the engagement goes up. And that is exactly what we want. And perhaps I have the suspicion that maybe we are too concerned about lectures, about these face-to-face techniques. Maybe we can use better tools. For example, we know that practice makes perfect. So what I have done is I've learned front-end web development, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and I've set up a website where the students can practice basically unlimited questions. So they can do a question, they can check whether they got it right, and if they struggle, each of these questions is accompanied by a YouTube tutorial, a Khan-style YouTube tutorial that I've created. And so they can practice. And from feedback from the students, I know that many of these students, of my students, make use of that and they find it very useful. We could use other techniques, for example, mastery learning assessment, interleaved learning, distributed learning, to not do away with the online teaching, but to augment learning as such. So for those of you who do have a smartphone, here is the scan code for my unlimited practice question website. And again, I will put something down in the video description of this live stream. So, to me, can I do without this technique of live streaming to YouTube? Yes, of course, I can. Although it provides me with flexibility. I can do just face-to-face. I can do a hybrid version. So, hybrid version. Or I can do pure online. And it gives me incredible flexibility. Can I do without it? Yes, I can. Do I want to do without it? Definitely not. So I think I better stop at that time. Oh, okay. So how long do does it take me? That's a tricky question because usually I don't really prepare lectures. So I just go in there, have fun with the kids, and as I don't have any slides, I just scribble on the screen and tell them a story. And occasionally my dog will feature in lectures. I can do pictures of dogs and things like that. So it is no more work doing the online bit, because the face-to-face and the online basically happens at the same time, and there is no difference in student experience. And I know I'm running out of time, I apologize, but if you wonder what happened to James, who basically kicked that all off, well, James took a year out to get the right support that he needed. And had it not been for this really stupid virus, James would have graduated this year in July with a first class honors in biomedical sciences this year. I'm terribly proud of James. He made it, and I'm not saying that I am responsible for that, but I like to think that I was able to give a little bit of support to James, and I wish him all the very best of luck with his job and career after university. At that point, I think I better stop and try to answer questions. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm very happy to answer questions now. Thank you.
Brilliant. That's great. Hopefully we will log in to Big Blue Button and go from there. You can hear himself as the lag. As someone put, it is a bit of inception going on. But again, if you want to log in to Big Blue Button, that would be great. And then we can answer some questions through there. So we're just waiting for Pete to log in. This is the only problem we're doing the different streams. I've got a couple of people wanting to ask questions already. I just hope he's got the link. What I'll do now is I'll just copy and send it. He's here. Yes, here he is. He's just sorting his microphone out now, I think.
Okay.
Peter, he's here. Brilliant. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. That worked really well. As I said, a bit of inception going on to start with, but we got there. So must be a bit of a strange experience for you to see yourself twice on YouTube rather than once.
Especially with a 30-second delay.
Yes.
And I have not figured out what to look at. So I decided to do a session without having my eyes open.
That's perfect. No, it worked really well. We've got two people already who are asking questions. So, Tom, you've got a question first with your hand up. So if you'd like to ask first.
Yeah, Peter, it's a very interesting talk. I noticed you said that you learned front-end development and created your own question site. I'm wondering why you didn't use a pre-existing system for doing that, like Numbers.
Okay. I am one of these interlopers. I'm not a maths teacher, although I teach a lot of biomaths, but I predominantly teach biochemistry and biological sciences. And there are not a lot of question banks out there for my purposes.
No, I didn't mean a question bank. I mean, Numbers is a system where you can create your own questions. So I'm wondering why you created your own question asking system rather than using Numbers, which is already there, and you can create questions in it for your and create your own question bank. Why create your own front-end system?
Okay, let me put it this way, for two reasons. A, I'm showing my ignorance here. I have not tried Numbers. And B, it's far more fun to learn, for example, JavaScript and see whether it works.
Oh, definitely, I agree with that. But,
and if people want to have a look at this practice question website, as I said, I will put down the link under the live stream on YouTube. And if you've got any ideas for good questions, I'm really, really happy to collaborate with people, write the script and see whether it works, and send the script to people so that they can incorporate that, for example, in Moodle.
Sure, Peter, I'll put the link to your live stream that you've just done into the description after this discussion, so that people can then access it and add comments and talk to you afterwards as well, if that will help.
You are a star. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for that, Tom. James, you've got your hand up for a question as well. Do you want to come in?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Great. Well, yeah, thanks for your talk, Peter. That was really good. I think it demonstrates as well how good YouTube is, much better at live streaming than anything else. But I was wondering if you could expand more about how the university kind of reacted to this, because I just don't see how this can go forward on a large scale with having a third party like YouTube. Say, for example, I noticed all your videos are online. YouTube, for example, puts advertisements on those videos. So if I click as a student now on that video, I've got an advertisement from my university that's tied to Coca-Cola. Or, for example, as well on your channel, presumably a number of students sign up to that, and then those videos are monetized for yourself. Does the university not have huge issues with this?
I had discussions with my head of school and also with some people from the senior management, and to my big surprise, they actually did not seem to be bothered. It looks like if it works, hey, great, let's do it. Now, I can, if I so wish, deactivate the advertising. I have done that for a long time. But then students actually said to me, why don't you monetize your tutorials? I thought, oh, that comes from the students. That's weird, but you know. And some students then even told me, because we really like you, we watch the whole advert because we know that you get some more money from that. I thought, oh, wow, that's fantastic. I attended a teaching conference from the University of Kent where I presented more or less this approach, live streaming to YouTube. And as I said, people said, well, it's not officially supported, but it works great. So why should we stop you from doing it?
Okay, that's great. I mean, as well, with things like ownership, say you move institutions, who owns those videos now?
I own them because they are not on Moodle, and therefore I have the full ownership.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. I don't know if my uni will go with it, but yeah, thanks.
Thanks, James. Thanks for your question. I'm just going to add one more question because I see we're 8 minutes over time now. I'm sure people are starving and want to get some food. No, it's not your fault, Peter. It's been very, very good, very interesting. So Nikesh in the chat here in Big Blue Button, what would you say are the advantages of YouTube live streaming over something more purpose-made for education like BB Collaborate?
For me, it is really easy to use. For the students, it's easy to use. They don't have to log into complicated things. And it is really the ease of use. That's the main thing for me. I don't have to worry about complicated technology. I don't have to worry about learning. For example, BB Collaborate, we are only working with Moodle. We don't have other platforms available. So for me, YouTube is just the go-to thing. And because I do a lot of video tutorials, I'm quite familiar with that. And the students know my channel.
That's great. Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Peter. That's been very useful, very insightful into something a little bit different. Showed me how I could do this a little differently next time. It was a bit of a rush for me to try and learn how to set everything up and stream everything. When I started it, I didn't even realise I had to download something to stream it. That's how far behind I was. So very, very useful, and I'm sure everyone's found that very interesting. And as I said,
Thank you very much.
I will post the link to your video into the description over lunch, so that people can go and comment and ask you questions, and you can interact with them in that way. Brilliant. Right. Well, that concludes the morning session with all the different methods of support. We're going to go into our discussions this afternoon and to present the results from the survey. Can I just remind you, if you haven't done the survey, please feel free to do that over lunch. You won't obviously be added to the results, but we will do that when we actually look at the final results later on. The survey's still open, so please do that. Can I ask everyone who's currently now in Big Blue Button to actually remove themselves, so it's just myself into the room? The reason for that is we're going to get ready for the discussions. Those of you who've got the link for Big Blue Button, so if you've been told that you're going to be using Big Blue Button this afternoon for the discussion, if you could just check that you can access it. So a reminder that if you're going to access it, you use the link that's in the description, and what you need to do is just to check that you can access the login screen. So I'm just going to get the link again, which will be right at the top. Here we go. So what will happen is when you access, as long as you can get to the point which I'm now about to show you, so as long as you can get to this point where you enter your name, then you'll be absolutely fine to enter the room this afternoon. But don't actually come into the room, just for the time being. As long as you can get to that point, that will be fine. If you have been given the Big Blue Button link for this afternoon, or been told you're going to be using it, and you can't access this, please email me over lunch, and I will send you a link to the Microsoft Teams rooms that everyone else is using. And hopefully that way everyone will be able to participate in the discussion. But other than that, enjoy your lunch, or enjoy your sleep if you're still with us in Australia. I don't know if you're still joining us. If you are, very well done. But for those of us in the Northern Hemisphere, around UK, enjoy your lunch, and I will see you again at 3:30. Okay, I think we'll make a start because it's just after 3:30 here in the UK now anyway. So welcome back. Hopefully you've had a nice lunch or a nice break, or whatever you've managed to do over the last hour. So what we're going to be doing now is kind of summing up the day. So kind of what you've learned, what you want to find out, what we're going to do carrying forward after this event. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to discuss a few points that I've come up with, and if you want to discuss some more within your little breakout groups, that's absolutely fine. So these are just some of the ideas that I came up with regarding the discussion. So what have been the main challenges when you have been providing your online support? So you've seen 7 different ways of providing the support, and a fantastic overview of all the different whiteboards that we can use while we're supporting people during the sessions this morning. But what about yourself? What have you found? So what are the main challenges that you found? If you're providing online support right now, what have you found the challenges? How can we improve the online support we're offering? Because obviously this is probably going to be lasting for quite a while. We're not sure here in the UK, for example, what's going to happen in September. It's probably going to be online, but we need to make sure that we're offering the best service and the same service, obviously, to what we would be doing if we can in normal times, because there's been a lot of discussion around fees here in the UK, whether students should have to pay the full fees given that they're going to be doing a lot of online work from September. What do we think that the future of maths and stats support, both in the short term and the long term, will look like? So thinking about kind of, again, sort of the start of the new academic year, also in the long term, perhaps when the pandemic is over, what is it going to look like? And what would you like to see in the future to help you provide online maths and stats support? So those are sort of some of the questions. As I say, you can add. Feel free to add. These are just some ideas for your discussions. But now is the time to log in to the different systems. Now, I would recommend, if you're coming onto Big Blue Button, because this is streaming obviously straight onto the YouTube channel, make sure that you're not connecting your audio yet, because what will happen is I will pass you into a breakout room and you'll have to reset up your audios anyway. So when you come in, don't worry about setting up the audio, just wait, and then you will be put into a breakout room and just accept the invitation to the breakout room, and then you can set out your audio from there. If you've been given a Teams link, some people have already got in. So that's great. That means I don't have to do anything, but I will be going around. My colleagues are all in separate Teams rooms as well, because obviously we set this up at Coventry. So each of my colleagues are in 5 of the rooms, and they will be able to help you join. So if you're sitting there waiting, hopefully they'll allow you in. I'd recommend that you have the YouTube stream going, because I'm going to leave these questions on the YouTube stream, but I'm going to turn off all the sound, so it will just have the questions there for you. But please discuss. And what I would like is if one person from each of the breakout rooms, so each of the different team rooms and the breakout rooms that I create in Big Blue Button, if you could offer one volunteer up to just describe what you've been discussing over the next 30 minutes or so at the end, that would be great. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set up the breakout rooms in Big Blue Button, and then going to go round the Teams rooms and let people in. But then it's down to you guys. So have an interesting discussion, and I'm looking forward to hearing all about it in, let's say, 20 minutes time. So let's say at 4 o'clock. I know we said we were going to finish at 4 o'clock, and I was going to do the analysis then, but let's give ourselves sort of 10 minutes after that to kind of sum up what people have been saying. So I'm now going to turn off the audio for YouTube. I'm going to set up the Big Blue Button rooms, and then I will go into the Teams rooms just to make sure everyone is happy there. Okay, all right, perfect, brilliant, thank you very much. While we're waiting for people to come back into Big Blue Button from Teams, if the guys in Big Blue Button, if you'd like to pop your hand up if you want to go first or whatever, via the on the left hand side, if you click on your name, set status, and then raise, that would be great. Then I can go through one by one. Those of you who want to just discuss what you've been discussing in the breakout rooms. So I'm hoping there'll be a volunteer straight away. Yeah, Eva, fantastic. If you want to unmute yourself and you want to start the discussion.
Hi. We had a sort of quite lively discussion around problems of students disappearing and finding it quite difficult to kind of get them engaged again. Hopefully by October they will be a bit more used to this situation, and hopefully they will be a bit more involved. And on the other hand, we were sort of trying to talk about workshops. How can you actually run workshops online? And again, how can you engage students online? And I sort of talked about my experience, what my colleagues were saying around, the students have to get used to the systems themselves. So quite a few of my colleagues, what they've done first is that they run a short, roughly about half an hour session, which would be nothing else but this is Collaborate, because that's what we're using at my institution. This is Collaborate, this is how you use it. And then they go on to sessions, like workshops and whatnot. But we were all kind of, to a certain extent, a little bit worried how we'll be able to bring in the interactive effects that you just naturally have in a workshop environment, in a face-to-face workshop environment. Students putting their hands up, or can you go through that step again, because I wasn't quite sure how you do it. So yeah, a lot of challenges, and unfortunately we haven't really been able to come up with any sort of solutions. Sorry.
I think we're all feeling like that, Eva, so don't worry about that. Just while people have been coming in, we were in the Big Blue Button room discussing about what I'm doing right now for streaming. And as I was saying to the guys in the room here, obviously I wasn't expecting so many people. It's fantastic that so many of you have joined us today. And I had to very quickly change plans and had to learn how to stream on YouTube very quickly. And people were asking what I was using, and noticed that I'm using a piece of software called OBS. And I have to say, I'm a novice. I downloaded it very quickly. I'm not massively familiar with it. I just managed to get it working at this time. I'd like to explore it a bit more to see what it can do. I know it's very powerful, but it was just a case of getting everything set up and finding something that would stream onto YouTube straight away to be able to run this session. So I will try and, as someone pointed out earlier in the chat that I noticed, I will try and write up how I've done this today. If you look on the Sigma Network Twitter feed, I've posted a photo of my setup. so you can see exactly what I'm looking at right now. But I will try and write up what I've done to share with you how I've streamed this, because it might be useful, for example, for workshops. If you haven't got a system like Big Blue Button, YouTube is a very, as we've seen with Peter, a very powerful tool to be able to present your workshops and things. I noticed some of my colleagues have come in, which is great. So Duncan, you've put your hand up first. So do you want to start off?
Yeah, one of the things that we talked about in our discussion group was students' reluctance to put their cameras on. It seems to, several of the presenters this morning and people in our discussion group had this experience that students really don't want to put their cameras on. And we wondered if there's an etiquette issue here that doesn't just apply to maths and stats support, but it applies to online interactions in general, but perhaps more so to maths and stats support, is that we don't know where students are. Some students who have put their cameras on have been in their bedrooms, and it sort of felt a little bit like invading their privacy, and that might be one of the reasons why they are reluctant to put their cameras on. But the downside of not having the cameras on, as again was said this morning, was you lose all the visual clues. So it does become much harder to assess whether what you're saying is the students are really getting, particularly in a one-to-one presentation. So again, we had no answers to that because we could see privacy reasons why the students wouldn't want to put their cameras on, but equally it detracts from what's already quite hard. It makes it even harder. So sorry, we're answering the challenges, but we haven't got an answer to it. That was a challenge, but we didn't have an answer to it.
Yeah. I think that might be part of the reason why we're seeing so many students come back, perhaps. Once they've used the services, as people have said, people who are seeing the same students come back. And I certainly would say that some of our students, they've come in, we've tried to help them. They've gone, yep, I understand that, absolutely fine, gone away, and they've come back and asked a very similar question. So clearly they're not understanding the first time. And that visual cue that you get within the support centre, as we've just said, I don't know how you would approach that online without having the webcam on and going into someone's room, as we've just mentioned. Alan, do you want to go next? Perhaps? Or Jim?
Right. Some of what Duncan covered in his session was repeated in ours. Certainly, we were thinking very much along the same lines that what we feel we get face to face is a fast understanding of really what it is the students don't understand, and we're missing that online. And also this is exacerbated by the fact that the technology, the actual using the software is getting in the way, and you have to the students have to learn how to do it. But also there is the reluctance. They feel uncomfortable, maybe feel uncomfortable starting. Once they get over that, they're quite happy to come back again. One thing we did discuss is that maybe people lose a bit of adrenaline when they're at home, that things are less stressed at home and they may feel less inclined. But it was felt that it wasn't just a case of advertising, that if we got the advertising to the students that says this is available, you can come in, even if we got that right, and I certainly don't think we got that right at Coventry yet, even then there would still be problems. We did talk about kit and the fact that for members of staff, a decent tablet of some sort is really quite necessary. And I certainly concur with that. So yes, we're going to have to be properly equipped, and as I said, I think that a Surface, it's the expensive option, but a Surface and a second screen do help in providing the Surface, the service that we want to provide. We also got on to talking about the future a little bit, and a very interesting point that was made is that when it comes to next September, we'll have a tranche of first-year students with their A-levels having been disrupted. What they will understand, they will have gained a lot of understanding, a lot of integration of the material over the last 3 months, which they haven't had. So in the medium term, online support is going to continue, but in the short term, we're going to be faced with something, not just online support, but also online support to a generation of A-level students who haven't had the last 3 months of their A-level.
Indeed, and obviously we'll then have the GCSE students coming through after that.
Yes, but they've had 2 years to get through it.
Yeah.
But the suggestion was that online support is certainly superior in terms of accessibility. That more people don't have to come on campus. So if they don't want to come on campus, they can come online. And if they can't come on campus very readily, they can still get online support. So we were thinking that online support certainly provided a much higher level of accessibility, and it could be superior in the sense that the whole session could be recorded, not in certain systems, but the session could be recorded and the student could play back the session in some systems. So I hope I've provided a summary of what the group said. No doubt they'll comment.
Thanks, Jim. That's great.
I haven't.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to add? Who's in the Big Blue Button room? If you want to raise your hand, then you'll come to the top of the list. Anything that's not been said so far? Jar, do you want to unmute yourself and have a go? Hello.
Hi. One of the things that in our group that discussed is about the online assessment. In Coventry, what we did is we gave the students 24 hours, and they got the 3 hours period to complete their assessment. In one of the university, they actually asked students to have the camera on and also monitor what they can see on their screen, which I found quite interesting. Although that's raised the issue of the privacy, of course, and how labor intensive that would be.
Yeah, that's very true. Oh, I'm getting a bit of feedback there. I'll meet you again there, Gia. Brilliant. Yeah, that's a very, very important point. Sue, do you want to come in and add?
Yeah, I think Irina, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly. She was talking about they have students, and normally around this sort of time, they'd expect to be seeing sort of 20 or 30 students, but actually their numbers dropped quite a lot. And the feedback they were getting from the students, because they were using the same advertising they would normally use, is that actually the students were maybe changing their projects because they were medical students that would maybe have quite a statistical project. They were actually changing their projects to maybe make them slightly easier, so they didn't need such large support. So maybe that might be some of the reason why we're seeing a drop in support requirements, is that students, because they've been taking themselves out of that supportive atmosphere of a university, are actually trying to simplify things for themselves.
Yeah,
that would help.
That's very true. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting come September when it all starts up again. That people will be used to it. Whether we'll see a difference and see an increase again. I think that's been mentioned this morning as well. Yeah, very good. Paul.
Yeah, I'd also like to just mention Emma, who only started work at Heriot Watt 5 weeks ago, and so she was completely new in post and almost immediately had to go to a online only. So I think she's been doing an amazing job in a very hard atmosphere for herself.
Brilliant. Paul, do you want to come in?
Okay, I think most of what we discussed has already been sort of raised. They're obviously very, very common threads. Significant problems with actually having hardware, getting the right material and agree completely some form of write on tablet, I think is vital going forwards. And many of us are going to struggle to actually convince our universities to commit to that money. And part of that, I think, is that mathematics is a little bit different in that we rely on that sort of instant interaction and coming up with an example off the top of our heads and wanting to actually scribble it, that we can't do entirely pre-prepared PowerPoint slides. So that was one thing. There was this idea of, you know, difficulty of interaction. You're sitting there, you're talking, you do sort of 45 minutes, and sometimes it's hard to know, although you've got a list of names of people that are present, you ask questions and you don't get that feedback and you don't have that ability to look people in the eye and see whether they understand it. And then another thing, other people can chip in because we lost connection towards the end, was certainly for me, the problem of assessment is really difficult. Part of it was just being sort of dropped into, we'd already got exams checked by external examiners, etc. And, you know, actually we've got a 24-hour exam period. And I think all the students are going to blitz the exam completely, and we've not got any means of really proctoring it. We heard from Australia where they've actually got Proctor-U, which allows sort of people to be dropping in and looking at the person taking the exam, but certainly that was never considered for us. So I think assessment is a major concern going forwards. And I shall stop there.
Brilliant. No, thank you very much for that, Paul. Yeah, assessment was a big issue for us. We had to change what we were offering during the exam period. So yeah, it definitely is something that we have to consider going forward. Alan, you got your hand up now.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So just to add on some comments there from Paul, our group was mainly focused on talk mostly about teaching rather than the maths and stats support. But although there's lots of obviously similarities, but I just wanted to touch on that particular point that's just been raised about student engagement and knowing what the students are doing at the other end of the line, because obviously that's one of the biggest problems, that you're not aware of whether anybody's actually listening to you. So I think developing strategies for kind of how to handle that is something that we're kind of maybe going to have to come to terms with and solve. And we always talk about one of the things that seems to sort of suggest a possible solution to that is to have the lectures done as recorded videos that students sort of look at before the online sessions, a bit like a flipped classroom approach, if you like, so that the interactive sessions are interactive rather than sort of being online lectures, so to speak. So I think, you know, we certainly identified that as being one of the most sort of one of the biggest problems of dealing with it online.
Yeah,
that's all, Mark. I just wanted to just add to that.
No, that's great. Thank you very much for it, Alan. I'm just conscious of the time. I'm sure you're all appreciating this, so I'm going to make this the last comment. So Sarah, you've got your hand up. If you'd like to, at the minute you've got your headphones connected, you haven't got a microphone connected. I don't know if you want to add anything because you've got your hand raised. Maybe just by accident, I don't know. Okay. Nothing's being added. Okay, so we'll hold it there. That's great. Like I say, I let that go a little bit longer because I thought obviously it's quite important to discuss. This is the first time obviously we've ever done anything like this. First time that any of us are trying these things. Oh, Sarah's now arrived. There we go. Sarah, yeah. Do you want to join?
Sorry,
that's okay.
New to this big booze spot. So I'm representing a Teams discussion group. There was a little bit of discussion about whether we'd rather have had something else, but we were given this. So the biggest challenge was agreed that staff and students getting familiar with the technology. So thank you again for this type of day. And then a little bit about also the difficulty in deciding what add-ons you want and which to buy in terms of tablets and things like that. So going on for the future, which we felt was for the future and also to improve, there was a discussion about students' attention span being perhaps 20 minutes and how we might need to change the resources, go for shorter bites, make things more individual, and that really we're in a moment of great uncertainty. So people don't know how things will run in the future, whether it will need to be all online or whether we will be able to, do face-to-face delivery or in small groups. And looking for the long term, it was felt that more workshops and meetings like this would really be very helpful, and that we want to try and keep this sort of sense of community. And I certainly appreciate being amongst sort of fellow maths practitioners. So thank you very much.
No, that's great, and yeah, that sense of community obviously is a big thing, not only for us as practitioners, but also for the students. I think one of the things that you will see in a minute when we look at the analysis of the survey so far is that people have said that there is a loss of that community when we're online for the students. They're missing that through the online services, whereas in the support centre there is that sense of community. So we'll discuss that in a minute. But thank you very much, everyone, for your comments. It's really useful. I hope you don't mind me running that over. I thought that was very useful for everyone. Could I ask everyone who's in Big Blue Button, except for my colleague Duncan, to leave now? And I will now go ahead with presenting the results that we've got so far from our online survey. So, as you know, and as I've been asking you to do throughout the day, if you haven't already done so, we sent out this survey when we advertised this day to ask you what you've been doing, how you've been working, even if you haven't been providing online support, and what you plan to do for the future, and various other questions. So this is going to be a bit of death by bar chart. It's a very sort of rough and ready analysis of what we've got so far. But hopefully it will give us a bit of insight of what's going on in the sector. So, first of all, at the time of making this, there were 54 different institutions who responded to the survey. I noticed that we're up to about 90 odd almost from today, so thank you everyone who's been doing it throughout today. We will look at the changing landscape of the solution, of the outcomes over the next week. It is still open for at least another week. We can extend that. So if you do want to continue doing so, then please do pass this on and get people who are in maths and stats support to answer our survey to let us know what's going on. But so far we've had responses from 8 different countries around the world, which is fantastic. So we're not just getting a UK or an Ireland perspective, but we are getting perspectives from lots of different countries. So the first question we asked was about what do you offer in normal times, normal being inverted commas, because obviously we're going to the new normal. And you can see there that, generally we've got the standard things, the normal drop-in, the workshops, the resources, face-to-face appointments. But you can see how small the numbers are that were offering online support in any form before this pandemic took hold. So very few institutions were offering some form of online support, whether that was workshops, drop-ins, lectures, etc. So preparedness was probably lacking for most people when we went into this. So the second one was, did your provision have plans to put in place some form of live support? There was a bit of a mixed split there, sort of 50-50 so far. Half did, half didn't, roughly. So again, kind of in preparedness. Some people weren't planning for this, weren't planning for any online support whatsoever. Some were, like ourselves. We were planning to do it, we were implementing it, but we had to bring it through very quickly. So those that said yes, what provisions did you have planned in place? And you can see the main thing was one-to-one support for maths and stats. Not many people offering an online drop-in service, probably because it's a lot easier to organise one-to-one for an online. Very difficult to set up the drop-in service to start with, but the one-to-one is probably a little bit easier. And again, there was fewer online lectures and workshops, but obviously lectures and workshops at this time of the year, particularly for the UK, then that's there's less of them because we're now going into the summer term and towards exam periods. So what are people doing now? Are people offering live support now? And almost unanimously, everyone that's answered has said yes. There are a few exceptions, not many, but there are a few exceptions that said no. mainly due to the fact that they weren't they didn't feel comfortable, they didn't feel trained, they didn't have the equipment or didn't have the support to be able to provide online support. But the majority of people are offering some form of remote support during the pandemic. Now, this bar graph's a little bit different, a little bit combination of one you've seen a few slides ago. So those that said that they were offering, what are they offering? What are you offering now? So the green is everyone who said that they were offering, regardless of whether they actually planned to offer online support or not. The yellow is what the people who had planned are actually doing, and the blue is those who have planned to compare. So you can see that if you compare the yellow and the blue, that's the people who had planned to do something before the pandemic started. You can see that they are doing a lot more, or there's a lot more institutions that had planned originally. They're offering more. A lot more institutions are offering some kind of service than they had planned. So those that said that they were planning to do online drop-in service, you can see almost twice the number of people there are now offering an online service. So you can see that's certainly changed what people are offering, and made people think about what they need to do and to help the students in the best way. Now, this was just a kind of interesting question because myself, I offer both maths and stats support at Coventry, so I get to experience offering both. So I thought I'd add this question to see what people thought. And you can see that the majority of people think that it's about the same difficulty to offer maths and stats support, but of those that picked one or the other, most of those people said stats was easier. And I'd probably agree with that because you really only need to screen share. You don't tend to have to write too much on the screen if you're offering statistics support. If they've got SPSS or R open, they can just screen share it and go from there. Whereas with maths, you've obviously got to be able to write on the screen in most cases, and as we've seen, that can be quite a challenge. So here we see the breakdown of how people are providing the provision. The majority of people so far are using BB Collaborate or Teams and Zoom. We've got a few people using Big Blue Button like ourselves here at Coventry, and some Skype. Some people are using live social media, so via Facebook and Twitter and things like that. And some people are using YouTube, as we've seen today. But the majority of people are using BB Collaborate and Microsoft Teams, and a good number are using Zoom as well. Probably because they're either connected to your institution, or they're telling you to use it, or it's they're free. So this was the interesting one that people have been asking about pretty much throughout the whole day. How many students roughly has your provision supported online since the lockdown began? And you can see that it's nearly everyone is at under 500 students since March. So you can see at the bottom there, we did ask if you have been keeping records, how many numbers did you actually have? And the highest three numbers were 531, 422 and 300 students supported since March. And the average was 132 students, which I can say, from Coventry, you've got that's the kind of the typical Monday morning, perhaps, during an exam period. So you can see there's been a very large drop-off across the board in terms of the number of students that's been supported during the provision, and this is summed up again in this slide here. That the number of students that you've roughly supported, the majority of people have said that it's lower than normal times, with a few saying there's a few more, but majority are saying that it has been less than normal times. So we did ask some qualitative questions to kind of delve into a little bit further what people were thinking and seeing. So of the people that were seeing more students than in normal times, what were some of the reasons that were suggested? So a combination of poor social skills. I think we've touched on this before. Some people might be a little bit afraid to walk into a centre somewhere, so that might be much easier to access online support. Some people had assessments that they had to log in online to be able to do, so that was part of their provision, so that's why they were seeing more people. Some people mentioned that it was easier to access online than obscure building locations, so some centres are in the middle of some random block on the 7th floor or something like that. it's sometimes some students will find that difficult to find or won't perhaps be bothered to go and find it, given that it's in an awkward place. So online is an easier way to do that. And sort of departments offering and advertising more to show they can offer support so that the university shows that they are supporting their students during this time is one of the reasons why some people have said that they are seeing higher numbers. Why are we seeing less students than normal times? So these are the bigger bar that we saw, the majority of provisions. We've just said about the advertising being a positive thing. Here we can see that it's actually also a negative thing, that students are less aware of it, overwhelmed by the emails that they're receiving and the advertising that they're getting. Also a lack of equipment, resources, technical issues, connections to internet, and so on. No access to online support, perhaps. Also perhaps less motivated. So as we've heard, some students perhaps less stressed because they might not have the exams anymore. We've got no detriment policies in place, so less motivated to study. And as I said, it would be interesting to see how that changes in September for those of us that start the new academic year in September. Sometimes some people have had to ask people to provide more details. So when they're logging in, they can't just log in anonymously. They've asked for more details to prevent the cheating. So that might put people off. Also on the staff side, people have said that their staff lacking confidence and needed training in providing the support and would want to do it without the training. So therefore, only one person perhaps was offering the support when normally there'd be 3 or 4 or 5. So one person dealing with the queries. Some people said that their students were surprised that the service was still available, and also that there's a bit of an inconvenience of having to book. So as we saw earlier, a lot of people are offering a one-to-ones, less of just a drop-in service. So maybe some of the students are finding it hard or finding it an inconvenience to book rather than just turn up to a physical room. We've touched upon the next one again, that students might see that the centre is a physical space rather than just a learning space. So they might just turn up to the centre and use it to socialise as well as learn, whereas online you can't do that. So this sense of community that we talked about earlier is lost online. Also, people finding support elsewhere, so they're using their intuitions and logging into YouTube perhaps, and picking up tutorials on there. And some have actually said that they're seeing their stats support at usual levels, but the math support has dropped off significantly. So that's an interesting point. But again, in the UK, a lot of people are coming towards the end of their dissertation periods at this time, so perhaps that's not unusual to see. But for other places, that might be more unusual. We asked about the difficulties that people have had in providing the support. So connections issues, as we've seen before, equipment for both practitioner and students, interaction with the students, as we said earlier, again, not seeing the facial cues, not seeing whether they're understanding the things that you would pick up normally in a centre. You can't see that on a screen. Some people said it's staff intensive as well. So some people are they're only experts in using online support and have the right equipment, whereas others haven't. Maybe they had to rush into lockdown quicker and weren't able to get anything from their universities to provide the support while the sessions are taking place. We've seen obviously using the whiteboard is very useful to be able to provide the support and write on the screen, but typing math symbols has always been a problem into the computer, so it takes longer. So if you're helping someone with their maths issue and you haven't got a tablet to write on, then the queries can take longer because you might have to typeset the mathematical symbols into Word or something like that to show it on the screen. We also asked about the quality of the online provision, and as you can see that we tended to have a lot more kind of saying that it was worse than face-to-face in more aspects. No one said that it was completely better than face-to-face so far. But you can see that it's generally towards worse than face-to-face than better. So we did explore that a little bit as well. So what aspects were better, what aspects were worse? So the aspects that were better people were saying about was accessibility, so recording, providing captions afterwards, easier to focus on one student rather than running around the centre and talking to lots of people in one go. Said earlier, less confident students might be able to access the support because they feel more inclined and safer, perhaps, to access the support. you'll be able to support more students at satellite campuses. That's certainly what we've found, supporting more students in our satellite campuses. You've got flexibility for the students. They don't have to kind of turn up at a particular time. Perhaps they can book whenever they like, so those that are offering the one-to-one support. Students feel safer, don't need to go to a physical centre. They can be anonymous for some people, and you get a bit of interestingly, some put you can't see the reactions of the students, so you get a more personal connection, which I thought was interesting. I would have thought that perhaps might be a worse aspect, but someone mentioned that as a better aspect. In terms of the worst aspects, well, technical hiccups, we've seen some of those today. Thankfully, there wasn't too many, but obviously that does happen. It's difficult to leave a student to attempt something. So normally in the centre, you would talk to someone, perhaps give them advice, and say, have a go at this question while you go and support someone else. It's very hard to do that online without the student feeling abandoned and lost. So you can see again there below, writing out the solutions for the students, and the sense of community is lost. We've touched on those before. And again, requiring the students to have the equipment. Is it fair access? Those that don't have the access to the equipment, haven't got the money perhaps to have the equipment, or the university is not offering an option for them. Is it fair that we are, supporting some students and not others? Also said the increase for the time needed for each student because of the issues we've said earlier, and the lack of training again, and fewer students using the services. And we asked whether people are going to continue to provide online support. No one said no. And those people that weren't offering support were either saying yes, they will start to, or they might do. They're undecided yet, but no one said no so far. And do we think that the future of mathematics and statistics support after the pandemic will be either fully face-to-face or a combination or fully online? You can see that most people seem to think that there will be mainly face-to-face, hopefully, with some online intertwined in there, but we can see now that it is possible to do good online support, so we can intertwine that with what we're doing when we return to, as I said, the new normal, as it's been described. And then this statement, the pandemic has provided the mathematics and statistics support community with an opportunity to try new methods of support which will improve what we offer and the number of students who can access support in the future. What extent do they agree to that? And you can see the vast majority are leaning towards agree, or strongly agree. And when we write up the report, we will go into much more detail about these questions. But as I say, this was kind of a rough and ready way to just show you what we've got so far within these slides. I think that's it. That leads me on to just a final little thing for Duncan to come in and discuss. So Duncan, if you want to take over.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Well, I'm conscious that we've overrun the finish time, so I'll be very brief. I'm one of the editors of the journal Teaching Mathematics and Its Applications, which I hope is a journal that you all avidly read. We are planning a special issue which will be published in November next year, looking at the impact of COVID-19 measures on the teaching and learning of mathematics. So this is notification of two things. Firstly, that we want papers, and you see on the screen there the three areas that we're particularly interested in receiving papers on. The other thing we want is we would like a guest editor. TMAT has three editors, myself, Chris Sanguin from Edinburgh, and Kathy Smith from the Open University. With special issues, we usually look to involve at least one guest editor. So we have one of the regular editors working with one or more guest editors. So Kathy Smith from the OU is going to be our regular editor, but if anyone would be interested in being a guest editor for this special issue, please contact Kathy by the end of July. The time frame that we're working on for articles is for articles to be submitted by the end of February next year, and we're looking towards publication following full peer review in November next year. So all the papers we publish in the special issue will go through the same review process as papers for the regular issue. What we're aware of is that this is a quite a short time scale, and so it may be that studies aren't quite as rigorous as normal. The journal has two sections, Section A and Section B, and Section B papers tend to be maybe not as rigorous as Section A in terms of the sort of depth of theoretical underpinning of evaluation. And we anticipate perhaps publishing more Section B papers than usual in this special issue. But yeah, we do, we've heard today of lots of interesting work that's going on, and so we would encourage colleagues to write it up in a scholarly way and submit it to the special issue. Okay, Mark, that's all I was going to say.
Thank you, Duncan. That's great. So just one final thing from me before we finish. You may have seen going round the email from Michael Grove and colleagues about teaching and learning mathematics online. He was very kind enough to advertise our event to the community there. So I just thought I'd point, if you haven't already signed up, there's been over 500 sign-ups for this. It's a very similar one to what we've been doing today. However, it's more designed towards mathematics teaching and lecturing rather than support, which is on the 2nd and 3rd of June next week. And you can sign up and register via the website here. So if you want more information, I said I'd advertise it to you guys because he was very kind to advertise this for us. If you want more information, please just visit talmo.uk. And then you can sign up for that for next week. But apart from that, that's basically it for today. I'm going to go and have a lie down in a second. It's been quite crazy, but very enjoyable, very interesting, and very useful to hear what everyone's doing and to hear from everyone around the world how you're coping during these unprecedented times. I hope this has shown that we can do this. We can provide the same level of support as we would do in normal times. But if you've got anything to add, anything you'd like to comment on, I'll be very happy to take emails. Probably not till Monday now. I'd like to go and have a lie down. But please do feel free to email me. And we'll, like I said, we'll publish the full report of the stats for our survey. If you haven't, again, entered it and completed it, please do. And I know Ebnat's doing one as well, so if you want to do that one as well, that would be great. It's slightly different to ours, but yeah, we will write that up in a report and hopefully submit it into a journal. But there will be a report to start with on the Sigma website, just to show what we've shown today effectively on there. So I will wish you all well. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. Enjoy the sunshine if you're in the UK and Ireland. I think it's going to turn a little bit colder next week. Thank you to colleagues from Australia. If you're still up and with us, fantastic. Well done. Please go and have a well-deserved sleep. But thank you very much for joining, and I will speak to you all soon. Thank you.